Representative Cruz. Here. Representative Corbesi.
Here.
Representative Dawson.
Here.
Representative Felix. Representative Norrie.
Here.
Representative Place.
Present.
Representative Roberts.
Present.
Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Welcome, folks. This is the House Committee on Judiciary, and today's almost tax day, April 17th, 2023. So we are here to hear 27 bills for hearing, no votes. However, we expect that there'll be a significant number of witnesses. Right now, it looks like somewhere, without counting the experts that each side is going to call, it appears somewhere around 50 people, maybe 55 people. And so as a result, I believe that to keep it to a reasonable hour, sometime before 10 o'clock tonight, that we would be able to allow each person that's from the lay people to testify for 3 minutes each. If it comes to be that we get another 100 people that come at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, I may have to revisit that issue. So please bear with me. I'm doing the best I can. And Roberta, Leader Chippendale wants to be recognized as being here. And he said he was voting in the affirmative for all the bills. Yeah. Did I speak for you out of turn? So before we get to the bills, there's going to be a motion that I'm going to ask for an agreement on amongst the members. And prior to making that motion, it's been our tradition this year to comment on what the holding bills for further study means. So I'll read the following. Before the committee starts hearing testimony on the bills on today's agenda, I'm going to ask for a motion to hold the bills for further study. I'd like to remind the committee that a vote in favor of holding all bills for further study is not substantive and does not signify any position on the merits of the bills. The motion is procedural only and simply allows the committee sufficient time to review both verbal and written testimony and to organize the hearings process. We actually have our legal counsel here, John Manny, who sits at the table next to the media folks. And John's taking notes, and those notes are going to be translated into a memo to me and distributed to the leadership, including the legal counsels upstairs. And then that is the basis for how we go about either passing the bill as is or asking that it be amended in some way based on the testimony we hear today. So that's the purpose of it. So without further ado, do I hear a motion to hold all bills for further study?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. There's no roll call requirement, Roberta? So then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, the ayes have it. So the first thing we're going to do tonight is ask the sponsors, to the extent that they're here, to put their bills in play. So I will call forward, let's see, who's here now? Brendan, you want to come forward? Who else is there? Anybody else? Camille. Oh, you should be behind John. Camille, and yes, come on forward. Yep, come on, Jen. Yep. I don't think so. Brendan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate your time, as always. In the interest of the long night that you're going to have, I'm going to be very brief in my testimony. So the bill before you is a bill that I put in last year as well, and I think it's a really simple question that I would ask the committee to consider, which is, when students are in school, do we think that they should be listening to gunfire? I think most reasonable people would agree, just on the first impression of that question, it's not a good idea. To the best of my knowledge, that occurs at 5 to 7 locations throughout the state of Rhode Island right now. A really egregious example of that is in Cranston, where I went to high school at Cranston High School West, which is right next door to a middle school. and the municipal police department there operates a shooting range where children in middle school and high school are listening to gunfire, AR-15 gunfire, all throughout the school day. So with that in mind, I would just ask the committee to consider a public policy in the context of the just really unspeakable, tragic nature that we have in this country right now of school shootings. If we want students to be normalized to the sound of gunfire, or when they're in the classroom, if they hear gunshots, do we want them to be concerned as they should be? So that is the intent of the bill. That's what inspired the bill, and I would appreciate the committee's consideration on it. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you all very much.
Any questions for the sponsor? Okay, Camille?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Judiciary Committee. I'm here this afternoon to talk to you about gun safety. The safest way to store a firearm is in a lockbox or a safe. A trigger guard is a safety feature that's designed to prevent the accidental discharge of a weapon, but it won't prevent the theft of the weapon. The controversy with trigger locks is that it basically surrounds the gun in question if the gun is loaded or unloaded when it is locked. While the trigger lock is designed to be used on an unloaded weapon, sometimes people tend to be a bit lazy and not follow those rules. And if a trigger lock is used on a loaded gun, that's when a problem will arise. The rod that slides through the trigger guard comes dangerously close to the trigger. If the gun is loaded when the trigger lock is taken off, accidental discharging of the weapon can easily happen. Also, in some situations, the firearm can still fire with the trigger lock on. This makes the trigger lock more dangerous than safe. Another setback of the trigger lock is that, excuse me, it takes a little bit of time, but you can still dismantle it. If you use a trigger lock on your weapon and you find yourself in an emergency situation, it could take you a little too long to remove so that you could use your weapon in self-defense. In a do-or-die situation, this amount of time could be all the difference between life and death. Lastly, while the trigger lock is able to deter a child from breaking into your weapon, it does not necessarily do the same for others. Anyone that's older than a child would be able to break into and dismantle this lock with a little bit of effort and a drill. And of course, it wouldn't stop the weapon from being stolen. Now, a cable lock is easy to tamper with. While it will prevent a small child from discharging your weapon, it will not prevent a determined adult or older child. The lock on a cable lock can be pretty easily picked, or wire cutters can be used to cut the wire and remove the lock. Also, on the negative side, there is not a one-size-fits-all cable lock. You have to find a cable lock that fits your weapon specifically. Also, they do not work with every type of firearm. A cable lock is not long enough to work on a shotgun, for example. I'm here today to speak to you about my bill, which is an act which would create a tax credit for 50% of the cost of a qualified gun safe, vault, or cabinet, not to exceed $5,000, even if the purchase is prior to the effective date of the tax credit. This act would also exempt the devices from the sales tax, and all provisions of this act would expire and sunset 2 years after the effective date of this act. Now, I provided a 2-year sunset so that the General Assembly would be able to look at whether or not having this as, as an endorsed gun-safe tactic has been worth the amount of money that has been given to individuals in terms of their tax rebate. Now, I had presented this bill over a year ago and heard some feedback from members of the General Assembly that said that they felt that this was merely a ploy to allow rich people that could afford a gun safe to get a tax credit. And that's, quite frankly, that's ridiculous. It's true that a gun safe costs significantly more money than a trigger lock or a cable. But when you look at safety features, whether it's safety features for boating or driving a car or what have you, you and I both know that the more money that you spend, the safer the individual is when engaging with those elements. So my feeling is, and I had this conversation with several individuals that not only have gun safes, but sell the gun safes. When you have the safe, and let me tell you that some people in the state of Rhode Island have even gone so far as to create a safe room in their house that would store all of their guns and was still big enough if they felt that there was an intruder coming in the house, they and the children could go into the room and lock themselves in. So if they're willing to spend the money, I put it as not to exceed a $5,000 exemption, then I say, why not? What is the price that we're going to put on the safety of people? We have enough people that are complaining about the guns. This is a way to keep them safe, and this is not going to give false hope when someone just puts a cable around a trigger. Thank you.
Any questions for the sponsor by the committee? Seeing none? Jen, you're ready. You got 4, right?
Yes. Is it okay? Do you have a preference of what order I go in, or may I choose the order of
You
the
can
bills?
pick the order.
Okay, great. Thank you. I would like to start by saying the first 3 bills that I'm going to talk about all were specific recommendations that were developed when I was a member of Governor Raimondo's Working Group for Gun Safety in 2018. This working group had a broad mandate to study gun violence reduction strategies to develop recommendations. I was a member of this group. It consisted of 43 members from Rhode Island who represented public health, behavioral health, federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, attorneys, educators, veterans, academics, students, and more. About a quarter of the members of this working group were in law enforcement. So the first bill I'd like to talk about is 5894, and it was specifically recommended by the report generated in the Governor Raimondo's Gun Safety Working Group. The intent of this bill is to expand the safety test requirements that we have currently in Rhode Island for handgun purchases and expand it to apply to long gun purchases, to all gun purchases. Having basic gun safety knowledge should be required for all gun purchases. Right now, Rhode Islanders who would like to purchase a pistol must show a blue card as proof that they've passed a test on basic gun safety. Alternatively, they can show a hunter safety certificate, which is commonly called an orange card, as proof that they have taken the hunter safety course, which is a course that requires at least 10 hours of classroom training. Both the blue cards and the hunter safety certificates are issued by the DEM. To buy a long gun in Rhode Island, there's no safety test requirement. This means that Rhode Islanders can legally buy any number of long guns, including AR-15s and other rifles, with zero knowledge of safety, gun safety. So to prepare for submitting this bill, which was a recommendation, like I said, right out of the working group's report, I downloaded a copy of the instruction manual, which is what you would study to take your blue card test. It's a booklet. It's called Today's Handgun Safety Basics, and I read it to prepare for the blue card test. And as I reviewed the manual, it became very clear to me that the manual is very much written as a handgun safety manual, and it would need to be modified and expanded to address all firearms and not be just limited to handgun safety. Also, as I reviewed the test material, there were certain things about it that made me wonder, when was it last updated? Is it current? And I'll give you some examples. There's no mention of the magazine ban in Rhode Island. So that's a brand new law, so it just has not been updated. It is more of a generic study guide. Other things that I thought of as I was reviewing it was it clearly talks about the how people who are under the influence of alcohol or illegal drugs should definitely not operate firearms. How about marijuana? We just legalized it. It doesn't address these more recent concerns. It doesn't mention red flag laws, ghost guns, or any of the more recent laws that have passed in our state. The test itself is a handwritten test, and it's taken on pencil and paper. It's 25 multiple choice questions, followed by 25 true-false questions. And if you get an 80 or higher, you pass, and you get one of these. So you get a blue card, and then you can show this when you go to buy a handgun to prove that you've taken this test and passed. If you fail the test, you can go back and take it again, and you will get the identical test, not another test with similar or mixed up questions. You will get the identical test because there's only one test, is what I was told from DEM. And I also asked DEM, when was the last time you updated the study materials or the test? And I was told they thought it was sometime in the 90s. So I have expanded the bill to ask the DEM to update the test and the manuals, or at least review it and see what updates it should have every 2 years. I do have 2 changes to the bill that I would like to make should it I have the opportunity to revise it. And these are changes that the Attorney General's office recommended, and they would like us to change the term firearm to firearm frame and receiver throughout, firearm frame or receiver throughout. And they also have a change on page 5, line 20 to 21. They would recommend that we strike and 114711, which is a recommendation that concealed carry permit holders be removed from the exemptions. Any
Jen, could you
questions?
make sure you give a copy of that to John Maney, our legal counsel, because he'll probably want to include that in his notes for a possible amendment in a sub-A.
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any questions for Jen? Next bill.
Okay.
You want a question? No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just
Sure.
wanted to thank Jen, and I know she's been doing this a long time. I've seen her a long time in this, and you shared just a little bit. Is there any other bills or any other feedback that you can give? I don't know. I know you've been doing this a long time. so.
Thank you. I think let me get through my bills, if you don't mind, because I think there's a lot of really important bills that are being heard today, and I honestly didn't expect to be going so early in all this. So I'm going to hold back and just introduce these, but thank you so much, Rep. Okay, the next bill I'd like to talk about is 5892. And again, a recommendation from the Governor Raimondo's Gun Safety Working Group. What this bill does is expand the trigger lock sale requirement to include all guns. So current Rhode Island law says that when a qualified individual purchases a pistol from a Rhode Island licensed retail firearms dealer, it must include a trigger lock or other safety device designed to prevent an unauthorized user from operating the pistol. This bill would expand that requirement to include all firearm purchases. And so this is good policy. We know that when guns are locked, the risks of tragedies are reduced. There's data that shows households that lock both firearms and ammunition were associated with 78% lower risk of self-inflicted firearm injuries and an 85% lower risk of unintentional firearm injuries among children and teens compared to households that locked neither. And I know you're going to be hearing a lot about safe storage today. Also, in incidents of gunfire on school grounds, up to 80% of shooters under the age of 18 got their gun from their home of their family or their friends. So secure storage is paramount. Any questions on this bill?
Any questions? Okay, next one.
Thank you. Okay, the next one is H 5912. So the intent of this bill is to require Rhode Island officials to submit all guns or test fire cartridges from crime guns for certified ballistic analysis, as well as submit pertinent information on crime guns to the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives for training. So I view this really as a crime bill. One of the recommendations from the governor's gun safety group was to expand this. There was information in that report that said that only some police departments were consistently sending seized firearms or ammunition to the state crime lab for a ballistics analysis. And so the recommendation was to expand that to make sure that all crime guns are being analyzed appropriately. So this bill, the intent of this bill is that it would trigger 2 requirements when law enforcement identify a firearm that has been used in a crime or is suspected of having been used in a crime. The bill requires law enforcement to use something called the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, which is referred to as NIBIN. NIBIN is a system that allows federal, state, and local law enforcement to match fired cartridge casings to the guns from which they were fired, making it easier for law enforcement to connect multiple crime scenes and catch the perpetrators. Use of NIBIN generates leads, which can indicate that the recovered casings were more likely fired from the same firearm. Through comparison of a test-fired casing and a recovered firearm, NIBIN also allows the matching of an image from a recovered casing, linking the recovered firearm to the shooting. The system takes ballistic evidence from firearms, so think fingerprinting, but for cartridge casings, and cross-references that evidence with other evidence residing in the database, looking for matches. This allows investigators to develop a more complete picture of what happened and who was involved. It's a sophisticated crime-solving tool. Prior to August of 2022, Rhode Island only had one of these critical machines for the entire state, and it was located at the URI State Crime Lab that's managed by Dennis Hilliard. In 2022, the Attorney General's office purchased their own NIBIN system, so now they have this technology and capacity as well. The second thing that the bill requires is for law enforcement to submit information relative to the firearm, including but not limited to its make, its model, serial number, and ballistics report to the ATF for tracing. Tracing is a systematic process of tracking the movement of a firearm from its manufacturer or from its introduction into U.S. commerce by the importer through the distribution chain, like as it gets distributed by wholesalers or retailers to identify an unlicensed purchaser. Firearm tracing provides critical information to assist domestic and international law enforcement agencies with investigative tools to solve firearm crimes. It can detect firearms trafficking and assist with tracking interstate, intrastate, and international movement of crime guns. So I'm aware that the bill as drafted would need some language modifications. Since drafting this bill, I have received feedback from several organizations and people, the Attorney General's office, Dennis Hilliard, the director of the State Crime Lab, Sid Wardell, and Bristol Chief Kevin Lynch at the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association, Professor David Lambert, who's a professor at Roger Williams University who has expertise in this issue, and Pete Gagliardi, who's an expert on NIBIN and has over 50 years experience with investigative crime. He was one of the developers of NIBIN. He's like the grandfather of NIBIN. You will see testimony in writing that was submitted both from Professor Lambert and Mr. Gagliardi in support of the bill. As a result of the feedback that I received from all the parties, I have suggested bill language revisions that I can provide when appropriate. Other states have similar laws: Delaware, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, and Nevada. Indiana has a statewide gun crime task force and by statute must use NIBIN. West Virginia has a bill under consideration, and so does Kentucky. Last month, in March, President Biden issued an executive order on reducing gun violence in which the president directed all federal law enforcement agencies to issue rigorous requirements regarding NIBIN data submission and use of NIBIN. So this is a really good bill. It's a crime reduction bill, and I hope that the committee will support it.
Any questions for the sponsor? Seeing none. Last bill.
Thank you. Okay, last one is H 5893. What this bill does is prohibit bulk firearm purchases. This bill would limit firearm purchases to 1 gun per month, every 30 days. Laws limiting the number of firearms that a person can purchase within a certain time frame help reduce the number of guns that enter the secondary market, weapons that are more likely to wind up at the scene of a crime. Currently, there are 4 states that limit bulk gun purchases, a policy that has been proven to reduce gun trafficking and consequently gun violence. The bill includes a number of exceptions for law enforcement and government entities, inheritance, participation in courses of instruction, temporary rentals at gun ranges, licensed collectors, and licensed private security companies for use by registered armed security guards. I basically reviewed as many similar laws in other states and tried to put in every reasonable exemption I could think of, and I'm certainly open to more if there are others. Multiple sales of firearms are a significant indicator of firearms trafficking, and firearms sold in such sales are frequently recovered at crime scenes. Data indicates that approximately 20 to 25% of all handguns recovered at crime scenes were originally purchased as part of a multiple sale. Handguns sold in multiples were up to 64% more likely to be used in crime than handguns sold individually. A study of crime gun recoveries in Baltimore found that guns purchased in multiple sales were significantly more likely than guns purchased in single sales to be recovered from a possessor who was not the original buyer. Similar laws exist in Virginia, California, Maryland, New Jersey, and even in New York City. And these laws work. After Virginia introduced its 1 gun a month law, there was significant reduction in the number of crime guns recovered outside the state and traced back to Virginia dealers. Some context why a bulk purchase limit is needed. We are a nation awash in guns. In March 2020, after the first COVID-19 outbreaks began in the United States, Americans flocked to gun stores. In total, civilians purchased some 19 million firearms over the next 9 months, shattering every annual sales record. The National Shooting Sports Foundation, which is a gun industry trade group, estimates that the total overall number of firearms in civilian possession is 433.9 million. According to the Census Bureau, we have 334.1 million people living in the United States, so that's way more guns than people. Here in Rhode Island, there were 2 recent high-profile cases where large amounts of guns were purchased over a very short time frame. In Burrillville, Ron Anderchuk purchased 169 firearms between July and November of 2021. Over 200 firearms were found in his home. In 2020, Rashawn Magnum of Providence lied about the theft of 52 guns from his home. Investigation indicated that it was actually 85 guns. Police allege that he visited 5 different gun shops in Rhode Island, often multiple times, and spent at least $41,000 on gun and ammunition between April and July of 2020. At one Woonsocket gun shop, he spent more than $29,000 in a roughly 3-month period, including $9,700 on one day alone, according to a police affidavit. In each of these examples, large numbers of firearms were purchased over the course of a few months. So limiting firearms purchases to 1 per month is a reasonable way to limit easy transfer of firearms into the illegal gun market. And that's all I got. That was a lot.
Any questions of the sponsor? Oh, yes. Edie.
Thank you, Chairman Craven. Representative Boylan, thank you particularly for putting in this 1 gun a month bill. It takes me back to the 90s when I was first a member of the House of Representatives, and the 1 gun a month bill was a Brady organization idea, and I introduced it and supported it for a number of years. I'm glad you've brought it back, and hopefully now people will hear it differently.
Thank you. I did not know that. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Representative O'Brien's here, Representative Falela's here, if he could come forward. And Tom, you've got 6 bills, so would you be, you can stay there, but put all 6 in play? Sure. You've got 5 of your own, and I think Representative, or Deputy Speaker Hall's bill.
I do.
Okay.
You want me to go now, or you want to?
No,
A
but-
little seniority?
Yeah, well, they've got someplace to go. You're staying for the rest of the evening.
Allegedly.
Representative Falella.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for letting me introduce to you 5369 this evening. I'm actually introducing this legislation on behalf of my constituents, David Vanes and Rhonda Brewster. They lost their son, Dylan, this past February of 2022 in an accidental shooting, and he was killed in a house in Johnston where the firearms were not kept locked or secured, they were unattended. Please know the intent of this legislation is to make this a felony where unsafe storage leads to the death of a child or an adult. Keeping a firearm locked or stored correctly, especially when you are not at home, is essential, especially what happened to Dylan. Dylan Vanes was a Johnston resident and attended Davies Vocational School. Dylan was a 16-year-old boy when he was accidentally shot. The homeowner was arrested for violating state law of safe storage firearms. However, this is a misdemeanor. You will hear later today from the family and the pain they deal with daily. Making a safe storage bill a felony will ensure owners of firearms to be more accountable. Thank you.
Any questions for the sponsor? Thank you. Representative O'Brien?
Ren. All right.
There you go.
There I go, right? Thank you, Chairman. It's always an honor to be before your committee. And I'm here to introduce 5299 today. It's a very simple bill. It's to arm the police at CCRI in Rick. And this bill is, in my opinion, is a safety issue. By all accounts from the 3 police chiefs, Providence, North Providence, and Warwick, they cannot guarantee a response. And when the officers arrive, they'll be arriving one at a time, and they don't know where they're going to come from. There is no plan put together by Rick, like an action plan that at the North Providence High School has. They have an action plan. They have a police officer on site. They built the police department, the new police department, right across from the high school for this purpose. They also have lock-in doors, one-way mirrors, right? Nothing is going on at Rick, and they've known about this problem for 6 years, 5 years, 6 to 5 years. And we keep seeing it around the country, one after another. They have to do something. They have to move forward. And we are an outlier. Rick is the only college institution, public institution, without armed security in the country. And that's it.
Any questions for the sponsor? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative. Did you get support from the President of Rick and CCRI on this?
They want money.
They want?
They want money.
They want money, but are they
want money for it.
supportive in this bill? Are they supportive?
I don't know. They should be testifying. You can.
They should be. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Representative O'Brien? Thank you. Okay, Tom, you want to put your 6 bills in play, or 5 of yours and 1 of Deputy Speaker Hall's?
Absolutely. So we'll start out with, go right in order, 5693. This act would increase the number of minimum rounds fired from 100 to 300 during the qualification training for police officers, and would take effect July 1. Commonly, there are 2 ways for police departments to qualify. Annual qualifications, where you'd go to the range, review policies and procedures, and most likely spend about 4 hours there with the accomplishment of leaving there qualified. And then you'd be back within a year. Annual training is the second way, which is what this bill addresses, and it's a 40-hour training block usually, where departments would cover all policies and procedures, and during that time period, they would accomplish the firearms training. So by increasing the number of rounds, which you will see in the next two bills, is why I increased the number of rounds in this bill. There are two amendments that I have if this bill is considered for passage. As in 5694 and 5695, I only doubled the qualification, whereas here I made it 3 times, so I would recommend from 100 to 200 rounds, just to be fair. And then I would also ask that July 1st, 2024 be the inception date of this to allow budgeting for cities and towns to put together the funds necessary to purchase the ammunition. And that addresses 5693. 5694 and 5695 will take care of together, very similar. So under Rhode Island General Law 1147, 17.1, it addresses all law enforcement officers and its political subdivisions who were permanently appointed and took place after June 6, 1970, whereas in 5695, it's all officers who were hired after June 17, 1959. So very similar pieces of legislation. Again, these two bills, 94 and 95, would require, instead of police officers, only one time per year, under whatever conditions, 2 times per year, once at night or during low light conditions, and once during daytime. Statistically, 2/3 of all state and local law enforcement work is done during the hours of low light conditions, and we do not train for that. So I feel that that is an issue. And as a retired police officer, I wish there were more training involved in the use of a firearm. Do you feel safe knowing that your officer only qualified with 37 rounds every 12 months? Because that's when I qualified. It was 37 rounds of ammunition once a year. And if you wanted to go on your own, you went on your own and spent your own money. Some officers did, some officers didn't. So as a citizen, I feel that the law is antiquated and we need to come up with a better way to do this. So now, additionally, as part of this, I went to because one of the arguments is the cost. So I went to a local firearms supplier and ammunition supplier, and it's $14.95 for a box of 9mm and $19.99 law enforcement costs, no sales tax, for a box of .40 caliber, which is predominantly what law enforcement departments use. So I came from Coventry, a department with a 50-officer department. We're talking about $750 for ammunition extra per year, or $1,000 if you're carrying the .40 caliber. We're not talking about a big expense, and almost every department has a certified firearms instructor, and there's gun ranges everywhere throughout the state. Most departments have the option to have a membership at a lower price, so there's no reason we can't cycle through officers to get the additional training even while on duty. So again, for those reasons that I stated, I would ask that you support these 3 bills for firearms training.
Representative Caldwell.
Didn't you have another one similar to this last year that we did pass last year? Am I imagining that? There was a package of them. What was the one last year?
So that one was, only to address corrections officers, and the Rhode Island Brotherhood of Corrections Officers and the state were behind that bill, which is why that bill passed. And that made it, or required corrections officers, instead of every 2 years, to qualify every 12 months,
Okay.
once every 12
Thank
months.
you. I think these are great ideas. Yeah,
Thank
we should do that for the police officers.
Any other questions?
Any
on
other
those
questions?
Qualified, okay.
Okay.
So 5696 is an appeals process for those who are denied a concealed carry permit or purchase of a firearm. Presently, the only avenue for an appeal is to the Rhode Island Supreme Court, and that may be heard. Tell me one Rhode Island licensing decision that does not have an appeals process. Lawyers get disciplined, they file a timely request to the RICB, and the board shall appoint a 3-person appeals committee. Last year, I complained about my water bill being too high in Kent County. There's an appeals process. It was a horrible one. Don't get me wrong, we're gonna change that one in the future. It was horrible. But there's an appeals process to challenge your water bill. There's no appeals process here if you're denied a constitutional right. All I'm asking is that the appeals process exists. No one should be denied. The bill provides strict guidelines, with no cost first step, where you can meet with your local department or the AG who denied it. It provides within 15 days the request happen, in-person meeting within 14 days after that, a decision within 7 days, and if not, you can appeal to Superior Court where you actually get your day in court. So I'm not asking that everybody be handed a firearm. So please don't get this wrong. As a former law enforcement officer, again, everyone deserves a day in court. So just for the lawyers in the room, because I'm not one, I went through and did my research for this bill. And rules of professional conduct, Article 5, for lawyers' responsibilities in the state of Rhode Island. Number 6, as a public citizen, a lawyer should seek improvement of the law, access to the legal system, the administration of justice, and the quality of service rendered by the legal professional. This is an access to the legal system that I think doesn't exist, and we all should take a long, hard look at this and consider that the access should be allowed. Any questions on this bill?
Any questions? Oh, yes, Doc.
No question, but just a comment. I think it's a great bill, and it's unthinkable and unconscionable there should not be an appropriate appeal process. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. 5886. This act would allow sworn members of the Rhode Island State Police to utilize mufflers, silencers, or other devices for deadening and muffling the sound of a firearm while acting within the scope of their official duties, training its tactical team, and under the supervision of the Colonel of the State Police or its designee. This is an excellent bill, and I'll tell you why. The average firearm decibel shooting is 140 decibels. That's the smallest, a .22 caliber. World Health Organization says 85 decibels at a constant for an hour will cause hearing impairment. We're asking officers to train and putting themselves at risk. Now, the common practice for a qualification is to shoot with headgear, but for tactical teams, when they're training, they're talking to each other, they're giving direction, and they can't use headgear or ear protection to do this. And we're causing officers to have disabilities or hearing impairment just because they're training, trying to protect us. So again, let's protect them, and this bill is very important for health and safety of all law enforcement. I'll address 6237 if I can, because they're very similar. So this is Deputy Speaker Hull's bill. This would allow local law enforcement to have the same opportunity as state police, and there is a possibility that these two bills could be merged if these bills could move forward. Again, same issue. You will hear, I believe, from the Colonel or his designee from the state police on 5886. But I spoke to Providence Police. They had an incident in Providence last year where 3 officers now are wearing hearing aids, and 1 officer is on a disability from gunfire that happened on a call that they were on. Again, we're losing officers, which we don't even have because there's such a shortage, and we're losing them to hearing loss because of a health and safety issue that is simple and easy to address. Thank you very much.
Any questions on the rest of those bills?
2.
Oh, sure. Jose?
Yes. Checking. Representative, thank you very much. Just two quick questions on this. One, for both bills, am I understanding it correctly that the use of silencers or anything of that sort would be strictly for training purposes, or would there ever be a situation in which they would use the silencers or equipment in a live public situation?
So my understanding, it's for the training of the tactical teams, but I would ask that you address the state police when they come up on this. That's my understanding, but I don't want to speak.
My second question is, can you educate me a little bit? Why is this not allowed, or why is this required a change via law? In other words, what's the problem with this? What would be the counter argument, if you will?
So under the general law that it's here, it's just saying that the manufacture and sale is prohibited in Rhode Island. They never really addressed its use. So I'll be honest with you, I think it's just, they've tried in the past, no one's ever passed it, and here we are today, we're finding more and more people. You saw a commercial a couple of years ago on national TV about a military who, bad hearing protection and, a massive lawsuit. It's a real problem. I just think it's been overlooked. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Tom. Okay, the next grouping of bills would be yours. David, do you want to put them in play?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to go in order of bill number.
Yep.
First piece is 5368. It reforms the process by which we issue concealed carry permits within the state. More specifically, at the Attorney General's level. Right now, the Attorney General is a may issue. This would refine it to a shall issue. While the Supreme Court did not necessarily say that Rhode Island was in violation of the recent Bruin decision, they did address a may issue regime for concealed carry permits. So this would change the Attorney General's office from a may issue to a shall issue, but at the same time, it would bring in the necessary judgments that are required for something as important as concealed carry. Again, while it's may issue, the approving authorities would still have the ability to exercise some judgment on the suitability of the person requiring the permit. While I have some personal concerns with the specific definition of suitability in the legislation, it's provided just as a conversation starter. But again, it would allow for the local authorities to have some sort of judgment. An example, while it wasn't a concealed carry permit issue, we heard the reference of Mr. Andrewchuk up in Burrillville. The Burrillville colonel never approved a single purchase that he made. Every firearm that he purchased was purchased prior to him moving to Burrillville. The first handgun, the first purchase that he tried to make as a Burrillville resident was denied by the colonel, and for good reasons, as we learned as time went on. But again, we do need the local authorities to have the ability to use some judgment. And this would bring that judgment into play at the same time, making our Attorney General's process shall as opposed to may. So that is it's the nuts and bolts of 5368. 5574 is in essence just a reciprocity agreement. It would allow the Attorney General to enter into a reciprocity agreement with other states for concealed carry permits. Our residents travel outside of Rhode Island on a regular basis, and those concealed carry permits are currently recognized in about 26 states. Whereas in Rhode Island, people coming to Rhode Island, their carry permits are not recognized. So this would open up the opportunity to enter into different regimes with other states to recognize their concealed carry permits, while Rhode Island residents would have theirs recognized in those reciprocity states. Now, 5575 is in essence very similar to the legislation that Representative Norrie submitted, something I've been submitting since I've been here. I'm going to go ahead and just, again, Representative Norray did address that, so I'm not going to go ahead and go into it anymore. And then 5576 comes out of some legislation that Representative Filippi actually introduced originally, taking a look at some of the situations they saw down in Louisiana during the evacuations during Katrina and things like that, where residents were being forced to leave their homes, but in a lot of circumstances, firearms owners were almost forced to leave their firearms in their homes as they're being evacuated, setting up a situation where, again, you're leaving firearms secured in a home while those residents are being evacuated, opening up the possibility of theft and things like that. So this would make it easier for firearms owners to evacuate their weapons during states of emergency and with times in which the governor's ordered an evacuation of a particular area. Again, allowing for the safe removal of those firearms from that evacuation zone, preventing anybody going in there and pillaging the homes and getting those firearms out of there. I think that was my last one.
I think you have a question from Doc.
You may have addressed this, but let me word it a different way. How many states, other than Rhode Island, allow for reciprocity?
Right now, it's 26. And honestly, I'd have to say I think the majority of those are actual constitutional carry states.
And of the 26, I mean, maybe you know this, maybe you don't. I'm curious, is the language approximately the same, or are there prohibitions depending on the state?
I don't know individual. I think the vast majority of those are the reason why there's reciprocity is because those states just don't have concealed carry permit regimes. So they consider they don't require their citizens to have a concealed carry permit. So example, I think Texas just recently, New Hampshire, they don't have concealed carry permits. So by default, those numbers, those 26 include states that just don't have concealed carry permits.
Okay.
In general, I mean, I've got a list, general list, just showing the states where it is recognized. I'm not familiar with the individual license requirements in those states, though.
Perhaps with the due diligence of this bill, Representative Place could give that list to our legal counsel, so perhaps he could do a little digging on that.
All right, not a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions of Representative Place? Okay, Representative Knight, you got a couple of bills. And then
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I have a few bills on today. I'm going to start with some of the smaller ones first. I have Bill 5891, which is, it's actually by request of a concerned citizen. This bill would prohibit the sales of firearms by dealers within 500 feet of a school or a daycare center. And the concern in this particular case is that, it's twofold. One is a somewhat easier access to guns by someone who is close to an educational facility, but also a desensitization of children to the weapons by virtue of the marketing material that might appear around that shop. Again, it was by request, at the request of a concerned citizen. And then, sorry.
Vice Chair Knight, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
The one for the schools, is that currently a problem in Rhode Island?
I understand that there are one or two places where that exists.
Okay,
that situation exists.
Thank you.
And then I have Bill 6069, which is put in at the request of the Attorney General. I would disqualify individuals with prior felony convictions from purchasing or possessing a firearm. Now, this is interesting, but our current prohibited persons law doesn't have a straight prohibition on felons possessing a firearm, which is something that is present in federal law, but not present in state law. This bill would close that loophole. It is written. It's not any knock on the Attorney General. It's just they're trying to squeeze this into a bill that is not well drafted, or a law that is not well drafted in the first place, because this any casual reader might see or might suspect that this has a mandatory minimum associated with it. It doesn't. There's already a mandatory minimum in the bill for certain kinds of prohibited person. But in this case, if you, the addition of the language would just create a straight prohibition, and those in violation could be subject to imprisonment for not more than 10 years. So there's no mandatory minimum there. And then finally, get to it. I have the assault weapons ban. Bill 5300, which is a ban on assault weapons here in the state of Rhode Island. It's supported by the governor, lieutenant governor, the general treasurer, the secretary of state, and the attorney general, all 5 general officers, and supported in the House by at least 40 different co-sponsors who signed on to the bill. So this is it's not quite a perennial, but it's getting close. We've put this bill in for years on end, and this year, the legislation actually was, we sat down and really reviewed it to make sure that it was up to date with current law, current technology. And broadly speaking, the question is why do we need this bill? And it comes down to one dynamic that's happening in America these days, which is mass shootings. These are not rare anymore. I remember when I was a kid, there was a news story about a person at a postal facility who, got a firearm and conducted a mass shooting. And I recall the news coverage at the time that America was shocked that such a thing would happen. And it made national news all over the place, and it was considered to be a unique, somewhat rare. Hopefully it'll never happen again. But now, and I can't remember when it was, I think it was in the 80s, but now, decades later, it is literally happening in the United States every single day. By last count, and I think this number has actually changed since yesterday, it was 162 mass shootings in America for only 107 days on the calendar. Mass shootings defined as incidents where a person utilizing a firearm shot and killed or injured 4 or more people, not including the shooter. It's a terrible problem, and it affects us all in different ways, depending on our history. The assault weapon style, AR style weapons that this bill seeks to get rid of, along with a couple other different varieties, are the preferred weapons of mass shooters. And this is why we need this bill. 12 of the 17 deadliest mass killings in the United States since 2012 were committed with an assault weapon. That's 12 of them. And you know the names. Las Vegas, 60 dead. Orlando, 49 dead. Sutherland Springs, 25. Aurora, 12. And on, including Newtown at 27, and Uvalde, 21. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to say that I believe that it is not a matter of if, but when this dynamic comes to Rhode Island. And it is our responsibility as legislators, colleagues, to do everything we can to get out in front of this problem so we can protect our people and our children. So what does the bill do? The bill bans 3 classes of semi-automatic firearm, and you can refer to the bill, and we're going to have experts later on to talk about the technical details. So if there's questions on the technical points, I'd refer them to the Attorney General. But basically, you're looking at certain kinds of semi-automatic shotguns, certain kinds of semi-automatic rifles, and a very, very small class of pistols that fall into what is now become known as assault weapon style category. The bill exempts law enforcement, active and retired, for a variety of reasons. I know that there's folks out there who are questioning why law enforcement would get an exemption. Well, there's, they're doing their job oftentimes, but also there's federal, we drafted the bill so it doesn't conflict with federal law on this point, which provides certain privileges to law enforcement and retired law enforcement when it comes to firearms. So I've heard some of the objections to this bill that stem from earlier legal rulings about these weapons being commonly used, and therefore under the current law, you can't ban them or limit the possession of them. And I would suggest to you that we have already engaged in this kind of behavior in limiting dangerous weapons which the populace may hold on to. You know, the Second Amendment is real. It provides a right to allow you to protect your person and your home and your family with a firearm, and nothing in this bill attacks that. But no right exists in a vacuum. They're all subject to reasonable regulation. And in this particular case, we have already taken steps as a society to limit the particular kinds of weapons that people can use because they're just too much, or they present a particular kind of danger in the wrong hands, including the machine gun, including explosives, and sawed-off shotguns. Our ability to limit the weapons that people bring into their homes for self-defense as a government is well established in the law, and this bill runs down that same avenue. I'd like to talk a little bit about the politics of the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, at the end of the day, 75% of Rhode Islanders support these bills. They support an assault weapons ban, and they strongly support it. But I would refer you to the only poll that really matters, which is an election. We just passed a high-capacity magazine ban last year, and there was a loud furor from certain members of the community that it would result in problems at the ballot box for those members of the General Assembly who voted for it, and that did not materialize. Not one person in this last election lost their seat because of that high-capacity magazine vote, and that tells me that this poll, where it said 75% of Rhode Islanders support this, is absolutely true, because all those Rhode Islanders had a chance to go to the ballot box, vote for the representatives and senators that they wanted to see come back or, for the first time, come to these seats, and they voted for the people who support this bill and others like it. I want to address very quickly a couple of counter-arguments that you may hear during the testimony today, and I'm not going to go through it all because it will come up as time goes on. But there's a current Supreme Court case called Bruin, which some have suggested might invalidate an assault weapons ban. First of all, I would say that we're an independent governmental body. We can pass what we think is best for Rhode Islanders and let the chips fall where they may down the line in the courts. But there's nothing in Bruin that specifically stops this kind of bill. I've just been delivered a list earlier today of all the court cases in the country that are attacking both a magazine ban and an assault weapons ban in all the various states that have them, utilizing Bruin, legal strategies based on Bruin. And the bottom line is that today there's not one assault weapons ban in the country that has been overturned by any court. There's a couple of injunctions out there. Those injunctions tend to get turned down by appeals court. There's a lot of litigation around this. We'll see what the future has to bring, but it doesn't stop us from protecting people. I just want to end by saying this. California and Connecticut, Delaware and DC, Hawaii and Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Illinois, and soon Washington have all seen the light and have determined that these weapons are not necessary for their populace to protect their homes and their families. And they can make do with the other weapons that are on the market that traditionally have been used, such as pistols and shotguns and firearms, or long guns. We can join this club, we should join this club, and we should get rid of these weapons so we can stay ahead of the curve when it comes to gun safety and protect our children for whom now firearms are the #1 cause of death in this country as of this year. We can do that. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions for the sponsor? Yes, David.
Representative Boylan referenced the governor's firearms, the safety, or the task force that she put together earlier. Did they recommend anything like this on that task force?
I'm going off my memory, but I believe they did.
I don't think they did.
I can't
That's why I was just wondering if you knew why. I'm just pretty confident they didn't recommend it, and I was just wondering if you knew. I never actually knew the reasoning. I just remember it wasn't on the list that came out. So
I wasn't part of that task force, and I think it was. I can't recall when exactly it was formed, whether I was even in office or not. I'm in my 4th term, but I can't remember specifically.
do you know,
whether they
just
had a
just knowing the
recommendation or not.
experts coming up, do you know who would be the best person to ask that question to?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the sponsor?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Yep.
I want to say one thing, and I forgot to say it because it was jumbled up in my notes. I have heard, just as a PS, I've heard some of our colleagues say that they were under the impression that a high-capacity magazine ban, which we passed last year, was just as good as an assault weapons ban, which is the bill before you. And that is not true. It represents a fundamental misunderstanding of the technical details of firearms. When I explain to our colleagues that the difference between the two, particularly with the assault weapons ban, most AR-style weapons are capable of firing a round propelled by a much more powerful round than just a handgun. And the damage that it does is orders of magnitude more than what you might see in a handgun injury. I'm sure you'll hear testimony today that cherry picks all kinds of various situations out there and facts and whatnot, but the bottom line is when you get right down to it, the states that have the strongest gun control regimes, including assault weapons ban, have the lowest rate of gun violence per capita. And that's why we should get in there with this law and stay ahead of the curve.
Okay. Yes, Justine.
And Representative Knight, isn't it true that when we had a federal assault weapons ban and a federal magazine ban over the 10 years, that there were less mass shootings in the United States?
You know, it's an interesting point. I think, generally speaking, if you try to look at all, there's some people who say the federal assault weapons ban was effective. There's some people, and a lot of people, who will say that the data is somewhat inconclusive. My personal belief is that the ban wasn't in place long enough to really see how it played out, because there was a surge of purchases before, there were some grandfathered weapons, the way that ban was constructed. I do know that, for instance, Massachusetts, as soon as the federal ban sunsetted, Massachusetts copied that and put it into its own state law. So Massachusetts effectively has had an assault weapons ban since the early 90s. They're one of the safest states out there.
Any other questions? Yes, Chip. Or Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. More of an observation just on some of the points that were brought up. As far as the former, the federal assault weapons ban, which was 95 through 2005 is when it sunsetted, we saw far more shootings and homicides in Rhode Island than we do now. And if we were to go back to, well, this one only goes back to 1999, but per 100,000 people in the state of Rhode Island, and per the CDC and the FBI, this isn't some special interest group, it was 0.25 in 99, 0.25 2000, 0.27, 0.26, 0.24, 0.24, 0.26, now we're in 2005. It starts going down. We've seen over the last 5 years, it's down to 0.16, 0.16, 0.14, 0.14. So that sort of actually demonstrates the actual figures as far as shootings with long arms go. Regarding polls, I mean, polls are polls. I can give you a poll that can tell you anything you want. I can tell you I'm Yankee Doodle Dandy. And elections are polls, absolutely. We've heard the same statistics, 70%, 70+% support a universal background check. We've been hearing that same thing for years. Interestingly enough, 2 states had it on their ballot in this past election. One state passed it by a 1% margin. One state, it failed by a 3% margin. Both of those states polled in the high 70s. Polls are polls. You hire the right pollster, you can make them tell you anything you want. I think pushing a bill of this nature while there are so many legal challenges, and I can't speak to the legal challenges with the same aptitude as my colleague, Representative Knight, does, as I'm not an attorney. But I think that while there are so many serious challenges and a strong indication from what I understand that this will eventually make it to the Supreme Court, I think to put the state in a position to themselves be sued once again while this is playing out in front of our eyes is reckless. And I think it's throwing taxpayer money away. We do, as one of the 3 co-independent branches of government, have the obligation to legislate responsibly. This is forcing the executive branch to engage in things that are being challenged right now and are, again, it's up for debate, but are not going very well for those who are supporting this. I think, again, that would not be at all the responsible thing to do. And that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Man.
Yep.
Thank you, Leader, for your comments. I didn't hear any questions in there, and so we'll let it out there, and we'll let the legislative process play out for sure. But I do want to just alert the audience today that I'm in possession of a letter dated April 17, 2023, which is today, from Peter Nerona, the Attorney General, who is indicating that he is writing today for the limited purpose of reassuring the General Assembly, this quote, that we are confident that this legislation, and they're referring to the assault weapons ban, is constitutional and that we're prepared to defend any challenge that may arise. And while I recognize there is a pending case in the First Circuit addressing the constitutionality of the high-capacity magazine ban, that pending litigation should not prevent the General Assembly from advancing this important legislation, end quote. And I'm sure that will probably get uploaded on our document servers for everyone to see. It was fresh in my hand just before the hearing. So, the legal landscape is unsettled. There is no question about it, right? I mean, between Heller, which finally nailed down an individual right to bear arms, and Bruin, and the legalities of Bruin are not so much at issue. It's all the dicta. It's all the side commentary about how the courts should handle cases in the future downstream from Bruin that has caused such a fuss. And courts are going to do what they're going to do. They're going to hash these things out. The law may change, but it does not prevent us, nor should it prevent us, from doing everything that we reasonably can to protect our children and to ward off the specter of mass shooting. I just do not want to be the legislator who wakes up one morning after something, God forbid, as awful happened in Rhode Island, and be a part of a body that didn't do everything it possibly could. I mean, frankly, the time to pass this bill was ages ago. We should have passed it last year with the magazine ban because we could have coupled them together and just had one vote up or down. I know that every single one of you probably has your mind made up on this issue because we've debated this year in and year out, but I am, the democratic process should conclude in this particular case with a vote, up or down. I'll accept the results either way.
Yes, I appreciate that, and I'm certain that the Attorney General is very confident. He definitely displays confidence in his positions, but that does certainly not change the practical aspect of this, which I pointed out with the homicide numbers. I think the approach of doing something when there's a tragedy or tragic circumstances for the sake of doing something is busy work. And in this case, it's busy work where we're saying, well, we're just going to pass it because we want to, and we'll let the courts figure it out. So that was my point. And you're right, there was no question. I prefaced it with as an observation. Thank you.
David.
I was intending to address this later on, but it had come up. Representative Caldwell had asked about the effectiveness of the federal ban. I'd just like to submit as testimony. I've got a report from the Rand Corporation. The summary evidence for the effects of the assault weapons ban on mass shootings is inconclusive, and evidence that high-capacity magazine bans may decrease mass shootings is limited, obviously, to the more recent include, passage of those. But if it's okay, I'd like to go ahead and submit that into the record as, again, just a report that they did, looking at the research so far into the effectiveness of the assault weapons ban at the federal level.
So ordered. Anyone else? Okay, Representative Caldwell, you have a bill of interest.
I do, although not the most exciting one today, so in a unique spot for myself. Thank you, Chairman. So I'm here to introduce Bill 5434, which is for the 5th year in a row, me introducing a safe storage bill. This bill, as a mother of young kids, is very close to my heart. As everyone is bringing up, really on both sides of the issue here, we are in a gun crisis in America like no other industrial country in the world. With this bill, we are asking for the absolute bare minimum, right? That if you own a dangerous weapon, you secure it storely in your home. We see day after day of news stories of kids who take guns from their house and they bring it to school and shoot their teachers. I mean, that has happened, I think, more than once this year in America, and that is crazy. That is unacceptable. The fact of the matter is, and I have an 8 and 11-year-old, you cannot hide anything from kids. In my house, I can't even hide my kids' Christmas presents reliably every year. They find them all the time. Kids will get into whatever you have in your home, whether you think it is secured storely or not. The parents of that child, that 6-year-old who brought that gun to school and shot his teacher, even went on the news afterwards and said it was stored securely. If a 6-year-old can access it, it is not securely stored. This is a conversation that parents of young kids and teenagers have together all the time. In moms' Facebook groups, in coffees, and how do we ask if this person has a gun in their house, right, before we let someone go play at somebody's house who we don't know very well. I want to be responsible. I want to make sure. This is something that adults and parents are thinking about. Many of you have heard me tell the story before about getting involved in this gun violence prevention movement when my son was 9 months old when Sandy Hook happened. And now my son is 11, and for years I had talked about the mental health struggles that kids have with these mass shootings. And now I experience it in my house. I have a child who is afraid to go to school because of mass shootings. I have a child who's old enough to surf the internet and see that shooters, just because I have to ring that little buzzer to get brought into his school, can see that if somebody takes a gun from their house that isn't securely stored and brings it to his school, that his teachers, his classmates, his friends, himself, are going to be in real danger. Like Representative Knight said, this is a regulation not in a vacuum. This is saying, again, owning a firearm is a responsibility. No matter how responsible you are, we heard the story of poor Representative Falella's constituent. That person should not have decided on his or her own how safe they needed to secure their firearms. That is a policy for us to decide. Owning a firearm is a responsibility. It is a deadly weapon. The bare minimum is to say you can store it safely, and you must. About 150,000 people live in Rhode Island, in households with guns in Rhode Island, right? We cannot let 150,000 people decide what safely means. Just the same way we don't let everyone decide how fast they can drive on the road, right? Well, I'm a safe driver, so I can drive 100 miles an hour. Obviously, I wouldn't drive that fast. But everyone doesn't get to determine how responsible they are when they have a powerful and deadly weapon. Gun owners have a responsibility to each other, to their families, to the families of the people they welcome inside to their households, to their communities, and to our state to abide by the minimum set of responsibilities for safe storage. Thank you.
Any questions for the sponsor? Yes. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to mention, I have no doubt that you're well-intentioned with this. We all want to protect children. I just don't, I think maybe you may recall that last year when this bill came up, as well as the previous year, I had mentioned to you, I had asked the question, what would a person who, like a single woman who was home in a wheelchair with a broken leg, hard of hearing, who had a restraining order in place against a violent criminal offender who has a history of ignoring restraining orders, how would they be able, say they want to have a gun by their bed that's loaded and ready to go in the event something happens in the middle of the night? Like, a bill like this would hurt the chances of that person being able to defend themselves. And this is actually a real situation because it happened to me when my leg broke in 2021, 22, right around that area. I had a restraining order. I was waiting for a court date. And I have no way to defend myself against somebody who would just ignore a restraining order. As a single woman, it puts a person like that in a very bad, unprotected, unsafe situation. There's no opportunity at all to defend themselves. They're a goner if that guy gets in the house. So I can understand as far as children wanting to protect them, I can understand, but as far as this type of other situation, I think this may be possible more often than people realize. So I just want to bring that up, and I would hope that maybe you would reconsider this.
I totally understand where you're coming from and empathize, obviously. It is my understanding that some of the trigger locks, although we could talk with Chairman Bella Wilkinson about the different ways the trigger locks work, she was talking about those, that you can access your gun in seconds, but it's only you who can access it in seconds. And I'm sure that doesn't provide any comfort, but that is my current understanding about it, but happy to sit down with you and Chairwoman Bella Wilkinson, who seems to be an expert in those, because that is my understanding of how people can access their guns very quickly in a situation that you're bringing up. But I understand your concern.
Any other questions of the sponsor? Oh, okay, sorry.
No, this isn't of the sponsor. I want to respond to both of you, to Representative Roberts as well. In your situation, although I completely understand the concerns, you're also, anyone who comes to visit you with kids or family, they can get a hold of that gun too, and there's the concern. So if you're not locking it up, even though it's for your protection, it's also not achieving what the bill, the Safe Storage Act, is trying to achieve, which is keep it out of the hands of kids, keep it out of someone who might come to your house to break in or something. They would find it as well. So that's the other side of the problem. So I just want to make you aware of that. It doesn't fix the whole problem. It may fix it for you or for the individual in that situation, but then it still leaves it out for others to get a hold of.
I just wanted to mention most responsible firearm owners would never just leave firearms out where the children can gain easy access. It's just kind of common sense. So.
Well, then it would still be difficult for you to get to quickly. So that's all.
It's just a person with a broken leg, like they're not going to have time. It takes a while. If you have a broken leg, the first thing you're going to reach for are your pain meds because it's excruciating. Then you're going to get out of bed and then try to make your way to wherever the firearm would be locked up, which is unreasonable because by then the perpetrator has already probably broken in and gained access to you. So, I wouldn't think that anybody that has, like I personally don't have children in my house, except, if they want to come over to visit, but I would have a little more sense than to just leave something like that out. So just want to mention that. Thank you.
Someone else had a question over here? Yes, Jay?
I just wanted to point out that I had the opportunity to see a couple years ago scary home video of a home invasion where the homeowner was able to fairly instantly retrieve the firearm from a gun locker using a biometric mechanism. It was a fingerprint scanner on the lock. I think technology is out there to make firearms accessible in an emergency situation for home defense, which, let's face it, that's when you want to use it. So, and there's nothing in this bill that prevents that. So technology can, I think, bridge the gap between the bill and the objection.
Okay. There's no, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more. This issue, in addition to the scenario painted by our colleague, Rep. Roberts, carries over into a more real-world dynamic. And I would ask any one of you to have a loved one or someone in your house, take your phone and set a very loud, obnoxious alarm for some random time in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't tell you what day it's going to be. And then when it goes off next to your head, which is probably similar to the sound of your front door being kicked in, or your window being smashed, try to compose yourself and execute everything you would need to properly defend your loved ones and yourself. And then couple that with not just temporary physical challenges, but permanent physical challenges. Yes, there are some fantastic biometric and quick access devices out there. There's no question about that. But seconds can often be the difference between you seeing your family in the morning and you not seeing your family in the morning. To reiterate what Rep. Roberts stated, firearm owners, largely speaking, the responsible firearm owners in the community who do things by the book, and who are the people, by the way, the only people who are going to follow this law. Let's be clear about that and not joke ourselves. Those people already take strenuous steps to ensure that accidents don't happen. And while tragedies do happen in just about every aspect of life, whether it's a accidental discharge or whether it's somebody leaving the car in neutral and rolling backwards over a cliff. I mean, weird things happen, one-offs happen. We can't legislate for every what if. We would be handicapping, no pun intended, a certain segment of people by adding this extra requirement onto their exercise of a God-given, constitutionally protected right, and I will disagree that it's the government's responsibility on how to tell us how to exercise our rights, such as storing. It's a tool. A firearm's a tool. I don't have a firearm because they're pretty or because it's cool. I have it because it is a tool. It has a function. If I cannot access that tool when the time comes, then that tool is worthless, and that's what we're doing here. We would be making these tools worthless. Is there middle ground? Is there some form of this that we could improve upon existing statutes? I'm certain there is. This isn't it, though. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I've got 4 more bills to put in play, and then we'll get to the experts that I alluded to earlier. The first is 5045. It's a House bill sponsored by Representative Perez. It's an act related to weapons, and it allows persons with concealed carry permits issued by another state to be able to carry here in Rhode Island if the issuing state, the other state, recognizes and gives reciprocity to Rhode Island permit holders. The next bill is sponsored by Representative Cardillo. It's House Bill 5208, and it relates to fish and wildlife and deer hunting. It permits any person with a concealed carry permit to carry and possess their pistol or revolver while deer hunting, provided that the pistol or revolver is not used for the hunting of a deer. The next one is by myself. It's House Bill 5214. It's an act related to weapons, and it exempts full-time members of the Capitol Police from the mandatory 7-day waiting period and other requirements for purchasing concealable weapons or rifles and shotguns. It gives them the same status as other police departments, which have that status already. The next one is by Representative Lima, and it's an act related to weapons, and it provides that any person 18 years of age who is issued a license or permit may carry a stun gun, and provides for an appeal process for denial of an application for a license or permit. And the last bill is sponsored by Chairman Solomon. He asked me to hold it till 5 o'clock. He was going to be here, so I will hold that bill till 5 o'clock. And that puts all but one bill in play, and we can begin the process of calling the expert witnesses. Yes, David.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, just one thing I just want to emphasize on Representative Lima's bill. I believe that's really important legislation because as of right now, because of the way the courts have ruled, our current taser stun gun bill is null and void. And I think it's important that we do take the responsible action and actually put some regulations in place on who can and can't access and under what circumstances. And I think that's the important of Representative Lima's bill is that right now it's kind of out there and open, Wild West style, and we do need to do something in order to bring a little control to it.
Okay. There are no other questions. Patty Alley from Moms Demand Action Everytown. Pat Crowley from the AFL-CIO. Are they here? No? Okay. Is,
Chairman, they may be in some other areas, so just call
okay.
the name.
Where should I sit?
And
Any of them?
Colonel Weaver, do you want to step forward? Patty, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. Oops, let me turn on my microphone. Thank you so much, Chair Craven and the House Judiciary Committee. Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Patty Alley, and I'm from South Kingstown. My representative is Carol McEntee. I'm here to testify today in support of House Bill 5434, sponsored by Representative Caldwell. This bill is personal for me because it would prevent other Rhode Island families from enduring the same devastation my family and I have gone through. Just wondering if you would pay attention to me, Representative Place. My sister Allie and I met late in life. I became her big sister in 1996 at the unlikely age of 29 when I was reunited with my birth family. Allie was 14 and I was so happy to have her in my life. I could hardly believe my luck. Her full name was Allison Patricia Dos Reese. This is her. But she went by the name of Allie. For me, Patricia Alley, gaining a sister named Allie Patricia was so much of a coincidence it made the whole thing seem cosmically ordained. Allie and I didn't grow up together as sisters. We forged our bond of sisterhood through and with our young daughters, who were 5 years apart in age. We took our girls to fairs and festivals, on school vacation getaways to hotels with nice pools. Along the way, there was a lot of Chinese food and a vast amount of coffee consumed, and we became family. My sister was a hairdresser, and although she didn't know it, she was like the sun, and we all would reliably end up back in her orbit in 4 to 6 weeks when we needed a haircut. And she was like that for a lot of people, her customers, friends, and business partners at the Wavy Daisy in Warwick. Allie was a warm and welcoming spirit. She provided a listening ear and so much compassion, especially for her elderly clients. She made people happy when they saw her. And then, in an instant, she was gone. In the summer of 2020, Allie died by gun suicide. She was 37 years old. The pandemic was rough on people, Allie included. Like so many others, she was suffering through the effects of COVID on her business. In addition, Allie's partner had abruptly ended their 10-year relationship days before her death and without warning listed their house for sale. He was active duty military 3 days before retirement at the time of my sister's death. He referred to the little gun my sister used to kill herself as his personal carry. And when it wasn't on his person, he habitually stored his gun in an easy-to-reach spot that was widely known to the family. And when she was at her lowest, she used that gun to end her life. Many Rhode Islanders assume that we have laws like Massachusetts, which require all gun owners to securely store their firearms locked and unloaded when they're not using them. But we don't, and I find that outrageous. This bill will change that by bringing Rhode Island law up to par with the strong law in Massachusetts, and by promoting education across the state of Rhode Island about how vitally important it is to lock up your guns. Right now, Rhode Island's gun storage law only addresses situations where kids who are 16 or under access a gun and hurt themselves or somebody else with it. That didn't protect my sister, and it did nothing to hold her partner accountable for his careless storage of the weapon and his reckless disregard for my sister's well-being. Ultimately, her partner was not held accountable, and that is just plain wrong. Suicide is often an impulsive act. If you can prevent access to a gun, you can short-circuit that impulse and save a life. We need to make responsible and secure gun storage the cultural norm in Rhode Island. And one more thing, if you're a gun owner and you think your family members don't know where you keep your personal carry, you are sadly mistaken. On the day of Allie's funeral, I looked around and there were people from all walks of life, representing all generations, nationalities, professions, and even political affiliations. And that intergenerational patchwork of Rhode Island, quilt of connections that we all know, all of us in this room know that we are all connected in Rhode Island. And I realized at that time that there were more things that unite us than separate us. We can agree to disagree about a lot of things, but we all want to keep our families safe. It's been said that time heals all wounds, and I don't know if that's true or not. I know that as time has passed, the factor of my sister's suicide has become a part of me. Sharing this is really hard for me, really hard. I take peace in that sharing this story with you might possibly help to right the wrongs that occurred with my sister's death. People have guns in their homes to keep their families safe. But I want each one of you to understand that you also need to keep your families safe from themselves sometimes. There are Rhode Islanders right now who may be feeling very much like the way my sister felt. And it might be somebody that you love. And it might be your grandchild or your child that stumbles across these guns in somebody else's house. There might be somebody that you love that thinks they might be better off dead. I never had any idea that that's what my sister thought. My father always taught me that with great power comes great responsibility, and by any measure, guns fit that standard. I sit before you today asking you to make safe and secure gun storage the law in the state of Rhode Island. Please pass this bill to the House floor for a vote and send it to the governor so that other families are less likely to endure the loss. And please, don't make excuses. It's disingenuous to make excuses. There are plenty of reasons why you can access your gun in an emergency. To say that you can't is disingenuous, and it's really upsetting to me, and that's all I have to say. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for the witness? Patty, I think this young lady next to me has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Patty, for your compelling testimony. I met Patty several years ago here in the State House for I don't know how many times you've testified on this bill. You know better than me, at least 4.
No, it's only my second.
Oh, well, you were here, though. You were always here.
Yeah.
And she's a constituent of mine. You did a great job, Patty. Not only are you a constituent, you're a friend, and going along with what Jason Knight said about elections, she just won in November her first time out, town council for South Kingstown, overwhelmingly. And she was very outspoken about her personal story. So I'm so proud of you. I'm going to start crying. So,
Thank you,
but thank
Carol.
you so much. You've been a great advocate, and I know how painful it is to tell your personal story, and you did it with great grace. So thank you, Patty.
Thank you,
And
Carol, for all your support.
I certainly support you and this bill by Representative Caldwell.
Thank you.
Patty, Representative Caldwell has a question for you.
Yes.
Patty, well, I just want to echo what Carol said. You coming up here really tells the whole story of the bill, why we're fighting for it so hard. It tells a story that even when we think people are responsible or people think they're being responsible, that we don't know what's happening in everyone's lives, and we don't know what they think responsible means. And you coming up here to tell the story and to make yourself vulnerable in front of people also made me cry a little bit, although that's not that difficult. But, you know, it really makes a huge difference, and it is an honor to work alongside you in your sister's memory, and I think we have a good team here ready to champion this for you this year. So thank you for coming and opening up and for being out there every day. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Justine. I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
It's not a question, although I do want to thank you for your testimony and your story. I just want to take this break in between witnesses to go back to the question that Rep. Place had about that working group. I have their report in front of me. They recommended banning high-capacity magazines and, quote, more strictly regulating military-style assault weapons, end quote. That was their conclusion.
Yeah, just through the chair, through the conversation, I think what wound up happening was the governor and the attorney general went beyond the original recommendation, and it did come out as part of the eventual legislation, but the actual task force didn't.
Okay. Colonel, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chairman Craven and members of the House Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the Rhode Island State Police on House Bill 5886. As you know, this bill will allow members of our tactical team to utilize mufflers, silencers, and other devices for deadening or muffling the sound of a firearm while training. Many law enforcement agencies across the United States already allow their tactical teams to use suppressors during training. In fact, the use of suppressors can help tactical team members become more accurate and effective during training, which ultimately leads to better outcomes in real-life situations. This is about officer safety. The dangerous noise caused by firearm discharges is both a short-term and long-term problem for members of law enforcement. In the short term, firearm discharges cause a flinch response and momentary disorientation, which can create vulnerabilities in the field. In the long term, firearm discharges will eventually cause tinnitus and hearing loss, and even with standard double protection for the ears. In a 10-year study of 20 officers, over 75% reported significant hearing loss as well as tinnitus, even while using double protection. House Bill 5886 is a crucial step towards protecting the hearing and overall safety of our tactical team members. I urge the committee to support this bill and help ensure that our officers have the necessary resources to train effectively and safely. Today, I have Sergeant Nicholas Ravello here with me. Sergeant Ravello has been certified as a Division Firearms Instructor since 2009 and is an active member of the Firearms Training Unit. Sergeant Ravello was appointed to the State Police Tactical Team in 2010 and serves as its Operations Non-Commissioned Officer in charge. Sergeant Ravello is also a certified active shooter response instructor and Chair of the Rhode Island School Safety Committee. Sergeant Ravello.
Thank you very much, Colonel Weaver. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Colonel Weaver, for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the State Police and in support of Bill 5886. As a 14-year Division Firearms instructor and 13-year member of the Rhode Island State Police Tactical Team, hearing loss and hearing damage due to firearm noise exposure during live fire exercises is a worrying potential outcome. I greatly appreciate you for exploring methods to limit firearm noise exposure, specifically the use of suppressors during live fire training. A 2014 Health Hazard Evaluation Program report titled Measurement of Exposure to Impulsive Noise at Indoor and Outdoor Firing Ranges During Tactical Training Exercises, conducted in conjunction with the United States Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Disease Control, and National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, also known as NIOSH. The report found that measured firearms instructors and tactical operators' exposure to impulsive noise during live fire training exercises. When using firearms, those members were exposed to impulsive noise levels greater than 150 decibels, which is above the NIOSH ceiling limit. Exposures were greater than recommended by some damage risk criteria, and the report recommended using dual hearing protection during all live fire training exercises and installing additional noise controls. One of those additional noise controls was the use of suppressors for firearms. Our primary weapon system, a M4 or AR-15 style rifle, would reduce the noise pressure exposures for our tactical team members by the use of suppressors. The decibel level for an unsuppressed rifle exceeds 150 decibels. Use of a suppressor would reduce the decibel level to between 137 decibels or 140 decibels. And for comparison, this would be likened to a firecracker. The suppressor would not render our primary weapon silent, but would reduce the decibel level when firing and reduce our risk to long-term hearing loss. Thank you very much again for allowing me to speak today, and I will take any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Knight's going to second vice chair and take over for a few minutes while I count, see how many. I think I'd referred to the beginning in the beginning of my remarks that we may have a lot more people, and it looks like the clerk is shaking her head rapidly that we may have a lot more people, and I might have to limit the time of testimony of the non-experts. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, Sergeant, before I refer to questions, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you for your service. You guys have a very difficult job, and I hope I speak for the entire committee. Thank you very much for what you do for Rhode Island. Representative Agello.
Thank you, Vice Chair Knight. Question for either one of you. On line 7 of the legislation, it says utilizing such devices while acting within the scope of their official duties and training as part of its tactical team and under the direct supervision of the Colonel of the State Police or designee. I'm reading that to mean that the suppression devices would also be used during the scope of official duties, so on the job, not just training. Is that the intention? We've been hearing a lot about training, but is the intention both? To be able to use the suppression devices
The intent was
essentially all the time?
The intent was for training.
For training, okay. I'm wondering whether then we want to do a little bit of something with that language on line 7 while acting within the scope of their official duties. That's a question for the committee and Mr. Manny. Thank you.
State Police Bill 5886. Any other questions from the committee? I'm sure Mr. Manny will take that down. No? All right. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Next, I want to call 3 more witnesses. Now, I might get the names wrong, and I apologize if I mess up the pronunciation, but Maj Tour, Frank Sicoccio, and Michael O'Neill. I know Frank and Michael. Mr. Tour, did I get that right? Toure. All right, thank you. Who would like to go first? Mr. Toure, just
I'll make it brief.
Tell us who you are and
Yep.
Would like to hear your testimony.
Sure. My name is Maj Toure, founder of Black Guns Matter. We are a firearms safety and training and conflict resolution organization. We travel to the areas impacted by the negligence, the ignorance, and the violence associated with the lack of training and education surrounding firearms. We go to the areas that have the most violent crime, and unfortunately, across the nation, and unfortunately, those are the areas that have the most disrespect for the human right to keep and bear arms. That violent crime in those areas are the communities that I live in. I'm from Philadelphia. I live in Philadelphia. And we do the work in the areas that some people would believe that this community should not have the right to defend themselves against criminals and potential tyrants as this moves forward in those directions. So I'll be brief about that. We do the work in the areas that some people would like to be unarmed. And if anyone has questions about that, I can clarify with the information and actual data. That's it.
All right. Chairman Corvasi, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Question, you say you travel across the country.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your organization is based in Philadelphia?
Well, we're based in Philadelphia, but we do classes and conflict resolution in most of the major cities around the nation. With a specific target in the areas that have high levels of violent crime and high levels of ignorance around safe and responsible firearms ownership.
Okay. How many members in your organization as far as?
Thousands.
Do you have a number? Or?
I try not to keep lists. If people want to tell us they identify as members, they can. If they don't want to, they don't have to.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Toure, thank you for testifying.
Yes.
You may have heard me earlier talking about statistics.
Yes.
And I'm always going to look at statistics with a jaded eye.
Yeah.
But you just volunteered facts.
Okay.
Help me understand what those facts are, what those statistics are. And because I'm a rather simple person, help me understand what the impact's been that people would realize.
Oh, that's a good question. Well, for one, most of our work, every year we take the cities that have the most homicides. And again, as I stated before, most of those cities that have the higher levels of homicide have more gun control, more of the racist practice of gun control. Because let's be very clear, that's what gun control was started to be, and the outcomes are still the same. I want to make sure we're clear on that first. So we go to those areas like Chicago. You know, someone earlier kept mentioning that these bans somehow worked. And the areas that they have these extra rules, they mentioned California, they mentioned New York, they mentioned New Jersey. California has all of the gun control laws. They are disproportionately impacted in black and brown communities, as well as they lead the league in mass shootings. So clearly, that's false. So when we're talking about data and going to these places and picking the places where those homicides are, right? When we started our work in 2016 for numbers, we only did classes in Philadelphia. That's the only place. We didn't have any money to raise because we're crowdfunded. We don't take, big donations from big organizations, just crowdfunded. We only did those classes in Philadelphia. In the year 2016, Philadelphia had the lowest violent crime that it had since 1979. That's not an opinion. That's not a feeling. That is a fact. Those are hardcore data. And the inverse of that is in the year 2021, when we did 0 classes in Philadelphia, Philadelphia had the most homicides that it had ever, 562 unfortunate homicides. So the issue here is education, safe and responsible firearms ownership, not adding more restrictions. Again, Philadelphia, if we're using that as the litmus test here, Philadelphia is an anti-gun city and a very pro-gun state. Philadelphia also has the most homicides of any city in the state of Philadelphia. So that's just kind of a light understanding of the work and some of the impact that we've had.
Okay, thank you. You know, you said something fairly provocative I'm going to seize on. Over the years, we've had dialogues where certainly I'm of the opinion, as are many of my colleagues, that there is a disparate impact on minority, Black and brown communities with these laws. And I can say why I believe that. But you just said gun control is racist.
Yeah.
Gun control in general?
Gun control in general. And we're not just talking about when it was started during the Black Codes. We're not talking about when the state of North Carolina changed their state constitution to say every able-bodied white man, when it just said man. We're not even talking about that far back. We can talk about now. We talked about the state of California. When you get a license to carry, that is a state-issued license from that state. But unfortunately, for some reason in Compton, Oakland, areas heavily populated by Black and brown people, the license to carry issuance rate is very, very low. But if my friends that live in Beverly Hills, that live in Oak C, Brentwood, their issuance rate is very, very high. Same state, different demographic. The outcomes are the same when you're talking about being charged, when you're talking for possession. Because let's be clear, as a firearms instructor, I want guys and women that use firearms improperly to not defend life. I want them locked under the jail. I want to be very clear about that. But we're not talking about guys that just robbed, raped, or killed. We're talking about guys that simply have a firearm. That is in alignment with the racist practice of gun control. That's why it was created in America. It's not even an argument. I'm open to anyone that has a different perspective, but a perspective and a fact are two different things.
Okay, thank you. Yield back to the chair.
Any other questions for Mr. Toure? Go ahead. Whip.
Could you elaborate? You talk about the history. Could you just dive into the history a little bit more and on the impacts, the desperate impacts on your community that you've seen?
I'll give examples. There's a beautiful woman named Rhonda Ezell. She fought to get 2 federal cases in the city of Chicago. I think it's Ezell versus Chicago, where she overturned where in Illinois and Chicago they were saying you couldn't have firearms, couldn't open up a gun range in the city of Chicago. This goes to the practice of we do not want this demographic to have a firearm. We go back to Otis McDonald in Chicago as well, overturning this rule where inexpensive so-called Saturday night specials, 380s, where poor Black and brown communities wanted to defend themselves, right? And these rules were put in place and they were impacted. That was overturned. We can go further back. We can go back to the first federal gun grab in American history. The massacre at Wounded Knee. Indigenous people murdered, killed for gun control. I can do this all day. The reality is even currently, the outcome when we talk about creating legislation, not respecting the Second Amendment right that my community needs to defend itself from bad people, right? When we're talking about that, now we're creating a culture of ignorance. Now no one wants to train. Now no one wants to be safe and responsible. Now it's something done in the dark in the back alleys as opposed to out in the light where we can do this safely and responsibly. So again, that's the history of gun control. Everybody should check out this great book. It's called Negroes and the Gun by Nicholas Johnson. It's amazing. It's an amazing book. But even if we were to say, well, right now, that isn't everyone. Everyone has to fall in line with gun control. The outcomes are still the same. Again, the lesser issuance of licenses to carry in these states, depending on where you live, as well as the people charged, prosecuted, so forth and so on, for possession of a supposed Second Amendment protected right that we have. And it is not something, you know, it is absolute. Let's be very clear about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you for being here to testify this evening. I heard you actually on the radio today, driving in, and fantastic testimony. I think you do an outstanding job in
thank you.
Getting your message across. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm still trying to process, as you can probably see the light bulb in my head, a lot of the stuff you've been saying. One of the assertions that we've heard, and I probably have made it myself, is that there is a disparate impact on the prosecution.
Yeah.
And not because one group of person is chosen over the other, but from my opinion, or my perspective rather, it's because in a lot of cases, that young black or brown kid who got busted in the city does not have the access to the same attorney that I have or my son has. And I've sort of observed that just over the 30 years that I've been involved with this issue.
Right.
Do you have any statistics on that, or anything that either validates or destroys my?
Oh, it
my
100% validates it, because the reality is the attorneys, the prosecutors, they know that. They know that this young man that has a firearm to defend himself. I want to be clear. Anyone using a firearm to harm another individual, I want them to have their day in court and go to jail. I want that to happen. But a lot of these prosecutors absolutely know in these, impacted minority communities that this kid probably does not have. He doesn't know the law. He doesn't have a lawyer. That lawyer is not going to fight up to the state, let alone the Supreme Court level. And that's why we did some work with the Bruen decision being overturned in the state of New York. We're cited in that actual case because we showcased exactly why the outcomes, along with the lack of lawyers, lack of resources, attacks on certain communities, we helped get Bruen overturned in the state of New York because of that, explaining all of that. So my point is, a lot of those district attorneys know it. They know that a lot of those young men don't know that system, or civics is very rarely taught in the court. So they know they can railroad them. They can hit them with, okay, well, just take this plea deal. They take this plea deal. They don't explain to that person that you have a constitutional right, and they know this person can't generally afford to fight this all the way up to get their human rights respected.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. Chairman Corvese.
Have you had to come to Rhode Island in any community to?
Providence.
How long ago?
About a year ago. You guys are, Providence is your most violent city. Providence is your most violent city. That's why I was there.
So you have traveled here. Your organization has traveled here.
Yes, I've communicated between Providence. I heard someone earlier say Massachusetts is one of the safest places. It's not. Massachusetts is also one of the areas that has some of, not Rhode Island, I'm just giving it because, regionally. These places, unfortunately, and I'm not projecting this onto anybody, sometimes we forget the people in urban city environments. Sometimes we do. Unintentionally, we don't live there anymore. I don't think about a lot of the things in Beverly Hills. I don't live in Beverly Hills, right? So those areas that we're creating and crafting legislation for, if we're not honest about what that community's human right to defend self is, and we inadvertently group that group of people with the criminals, like the rough guys that may be the small amount of bad guys in Providence, right? We sometimes forget that demographic. So we've done classes there for that reason. And the citizens and law enforcement in the vast majority of these cities are high-fiving us for this work, because we're creating a culture of safe and responsible folks. And when you shift that culture, you have less people prone to try to attack that community.
What triggers a decision to come to a particular city or neighborhood?
Generally, a lot of times the emails that we get, but in the beginning of the year, we usually take the top 4 to 5 cities that have the most homicides, and we go there first, and we go there the most, right? So usually, right, you guys, it's not going to be Providence, generally, right? It's going to be Chicago. It's going to be St. Louis. It's going to be Philadelphia. It's going to be Detroit. It's going to those areas. The thing, though, is the areas in those cities, even though they have more violent crime and more negligence, right, they still pale in comparison. I mean, they still, even though they're still smaller than states and cities that have more of a respect for the Second Amendment. When you guys keep adding more and more rules, right, the only people that you're restricting are the good people. You're limiting those good people from having the means to defend themselves. We talked about training with law enforcement officers. The fact that more resources are not being fed into law enforcement training and having, like, you're hearing That's a thing. So we should be training and educating, similar to law enforcement, we should be training and educating those citizens to be able to avoid conflict, stop it, potentially defend themselves, and know the laws of their state. That is funding a decrease in violent crime as opposed to creating more legislation that the bad guys are not going to follow anyway. I live in the place where the bad guys are. They do not follow the rules. Adding more rules only hampers me.
Thank you.
Any more questions from Mr. Toure? Oh, go ahead, Rep. Casimiro.
What was the name of that book you referenced?
Negroes and the Gun by Nicholas Johnson. It's The Tradition of Arms. It's a book that talks about the historical impact, politically, socially, as it relates to firearms and the racist practice of gun control, as well as how it morphed into something that, even though we don't call it racist now, the outcomes are still the same. The people negatively impacted by that, in the face of all of the data, the people that are impacted by that are, you know, black and brown folks in America.
Thank you very much.
Rep, please. All right, Skip. Okay, Mr. Toure, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Frank?
Thank you,
You don't
everybody,
have to-
for allowing me to speak today. My name is Frank Sicoscio. Most people that know me, I'll just give a quick introduction, but some of the people that don't know me, I'll make sure they know who I am. I'm an attorney licensed in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and all the federal courts. I am the president of the Rhode Island Second Amendment Coalition. We are the NRA State Association in Rhode Island. And every year we come back up here because there's a proliferation of gun bills trying to, once again, restrict our Second Amendment rights. And every year we have to come up here and say to the legislators, why don't you go after the criminals? Why don't you leave the law-abiding citizen alone? Why don't you make sure that the laws you're trying to pass really are going to make people safer and not simply make it so that if one little mistake is made by a law-abiding citizen, they're subject to felonies and they'll lose their gun rights. Every year we got to keep coming up here and doing this. But this year's a little bit different. This year we're coming up here after the United States Supreme Court issued the decision in Bruin. The Bruin decision is a landmark case, and it clearly outlines what the Second Amendment is. The Second Amendment clearly states the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The United States Supreme Court, when it decided Bruin, told you, the legislature, those words mean exactly as they were written back then, in 1791, when the Bill of Rights was passed and ratified. So the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The Constitution is meant to be a restriction on the legislature and the government from restricting individuals' constitutional protected rights. Now, when Jason Knight, who just got up and walked away, talked before about the confusion of what Brewer came out to and what the legal ruling of Bruin is, it's actually not confusing. I'll read you the section of it so you see how clear it is. We hold that when the Second Amendment's plain text covers an individual's conduct, the Constitution presumptively protects that conduct. To justify its regulation, the government may not simply post that the regulation promotes an important interest. Rather, the government must demonstrate that the regulation is consistent with this nation's historic tradition of firearm regulations. What they meant by that is, if it wasn't a restriction back in 1791, you don't get to put it in place. That's what it clearly meant. And the burden's not on me, the firearm owner. The burden's on you, the government, to prove that if I have to bring you to court. They went on to say, Heller and McDonald do not support applying the means-end scrutiny in the Second Amendment context. Instead, the government must affirmatively prove its firearm regulation is part of this historic tradition that delineates the outer boundaries of the right to keep and bear arms. It is clear that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So when you keep trying to pass regulations that infringe me, the law-abiding citizen, you are violating your oaths of office and going exactly against the Constitution. This is why, and I disagree respectfully with Jason Knight, the Bruin case is pretty clear. That's why there is a proliferation of lawsuits all around the country going after the magazine limitation, red flag laws, AR bans, all these other laws that were put in place to restrict the law-abiding citizen. This is very clear, and it's on its face. This year, we get to come up here and say, the Constitution means exactly what it was said, how it was written back then. Now, let me explain to you currently what we have pending, or what we have done. We filed a lawsuit in federal court against the Attorney General in the state of Rhode Island with regard to the restrictions on stun guns and tasers, so somebody can own a less than lethal form of protection if they didn't want to own a firearm. We ended up going to federal court, and we won. We beat the Attorney General on this, and right now, stun guns and tasers in Rhode Island are legal. If somebody is afraid to carry a firearm but wants to carry less than lethal form of protection, you can do so. That's one of the lawsuits that we filed. By the way, when Jason Knight says, don't worry about it, we'll let the chips fly and we'll just file the lawsuits, that lawsuit, when we won, cost the taxpayers $85,000. They had to pay our attorney's fees, and we're going to keep going on these. Currently, we have a lawsuit in federal court right now, again against the Attorney General, Peter Nerona, because he is still, despite the Bruin decision, stating that he can exercise any discretion he wants in who gets a concealed carry weapons permit. Rhode Island has a two-tier system, shall issue and may issue. The United States Supreme Court in the Brewer decision was very clear. The shall issue permitting process is constitutional. The may issue with the discretion is unconstitutional. And Peter Nerona put out a press release saying, no, he still considers that his acting in discretion is constitutional. We filed in federal court, and we're going to litigate that one. In addition to that, there's currently, sorry, 1 second. Let me give you one other point on that. There is a bill that has been floating around that I guess the legislature was kind of thinking about, moving all the concealed carry weapon permitting process over to the Attorney General's and putting it under his purview. Realize, of course, when you do that, you violate our own Supreme Court mandate. There's a case in Rhode Island that went to the Rhode Island Supreme Court, Mosby. You can look it up. The Rhode Island Supreme Court stated, because we have a two-tier system, that the two-tier system is constitutional. You eliminate the cities and towns, which is the shall issue, and put it over to the AG's purview. Isn't it per se unconstitutional? Not only that, unless you put it over to the AG and make it absolutely a shall issue with no discretion, now you're violating the United States Supreme Court decision in the Brewer decision, clearly stating that discretionary permitting process are not constitutional. This is not the first time our Attorney General has skirted the law and said, I'm going to do what I want. Some of the lawyers in here might have seen the case that I just won in front of the Rhode Island Supreme Court, the Montequilla case. In that particular case, the Attorney General's office denied someone their concealed carry permit because they had used it in self-defense. Never shot anybody, never pointed at somebody, but that case, once the person was charged, the charges were immediately dropped and sealed. Once the Attorney General's office was served with a court order to seal those documents, they still relied on them. They still denied that person his concealed carry weapons permit, saying, we have discretion, we can do whatever we want. Rhode Island Supreme Court said, no, you can't. They overturned that decision and ordered the AG to give that person his concealed carry weapons permitting back. So the Attorney General's discretion on this, you need to take that when he comes in here and says, I can exercise discretion. Take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. We are currently suing DEM because DEM has, as an administrative agency, didn't come to the legislature. They decided that as an administrative agency, they were going to pass an absolute ban on individuals being able to carry, concealed carry weapon, even though they're licensed to do so, on DEM management areas. DEM manages 78,000 acres in Rhode Island. And an administrative agency, without coming to this legislature, said, no, we're just going to declare it null and void. That's currently in Superior Court, and I'm litigating that. The effect of something like that, when DEM says you have a concealed carry permit and you can't carry, suppose you want to take your niece and nephew in the woods to go hunting. DEM regulations say you cannot carry your licensed firearm to protect those children. I heard a lot of people talking about we got to protect the children. Why is DEM saying you can't protect your children when you go out in the woods? If you go out in the woods alone and you're hunting, DEM says you can't carry your licensed concealed carry firearm. Did they come to the legislature and ask for that? No, they didn't. The legislature passed a regulation saying if you get a concealed carry weapons permit in the state of Rhode Island, you can carry anywhere. Who is DEM to say, I'm going to overstep the legislature? So that's why we're in Superior Court. In addition to that, if it's bow season, you're out in the middle of the woods with simply a bow and arrow. DEM says you can't carry a sidearm for personal protection. Their response is, oh, don't worry about it. You got a bow and arrow. You can protect yourself. This is what we have from DEM. So we're currently in suit with DEM on that. We also have a suit pending right now against the Attorney General's office and the City of Providence with regard to a red flag violation. Everybody was so happy they passed the red flag laws so we could take firearms out of the hands of people that they consider to be dangerous. I currently represent a woman on a red flag case, and I can't get into who it is or the case, but I will tell you the woman, her house was broken into. She defended herself with a firearm she'd owned 15 years ago. It had one magazine, over 10 rounds. Providence police promptly arrested her, confiscated the one firearm she owned, and then 14 days later, red flagged her saying she's dangerous, despite the affidavit saying we took the one gun that she had. We're challenging the red flag law now based on Bruin and the abuse of discretion by the police departments in doing this. That shouldn't be the case. When you defend yourself, you shouldn't be red flagged later on. But this is a challenge we have going now. We have filed suit, not myself, not my office, but we filed suit under the magazine limitation in Rhode Island. That's in federal court. It's actually in the Court of Appeals. The attorney that handled the New York case, the Bruin decision, is now representing the firearms community in Rhode Island to take that one to the Supreme Court. In addition to that, I have several clients I'm representing now who were charged with having 1 or 2 magazines over the 10-round limitation. These are individuals who have owned firearms for more than 10, 15 years, never been arrested, never had a problem. People did not know that the law had changed. And now they're charged with a felony. So these are the people that, this is what, when you say we have to do something to help everybody, did a lot of help by having the people now have to hire an attorney because they have one magazine in their house, more than 10 rounds, and they're charged with a felony. All their firearms have been confiscated, and pending this litigation, they're now disarmed. So you knew with the magazine limitation, that bill, it's currently pending it going through federal court, and it now has state court challenges right now too. And because it's part of somebody's criminal defense, the Rhode Island Supreme Court's going to have to hear me on that one.
Frank, could you keep your testimony to the bills in front of us here? I know you were trying to make a point, which I believe you have, that the methodology by the other side has not worked out to protect everybody. I think that's the point you were trying to make. Could you just confine yourself to the bills in front of us?
Okay.
Thanks.
So currently, the reason why I'm stressing what we're doing and filing the lawsuits is because the bills that you have pending right now If you take them and you weigh them against the new mandate of the Bruin decision, not one of them would pass a constitutional test. You have a safe storage bill, which I've heard a lot of people talk about. That safe storage bill, do you realize that this case, a similar case to this, had already been litigated up to the United States Supreme Court? DC versus Heller was, as its basis, a violation of a safe storage bill. So we're going to do it over again, and as soon as it passes, we're going to litigate that. Now, everyone here on this panel, and probably everybody sitting in the audience, when you drove here today, you got in your car, buckled up your seatbelt. Well, you're driving down the road because in the event something happened and somebody drove through a red light and smashed into you, your seatbelt was already on. It happens that fast. If you were not wearing your seatbelt, you wouldn't have time to go, wait a minute, hold on, let me stop, put my seatbelt on, I'm about to have an accident. This is the same hypothetical I say to all the legislators when they say, don't worry, the safe storage bill, you can keep your firearm unloaded, locked in a safe, even if it's biometric. So if somebody breaks in your house, you'll have plenty of time to get your firearm to go out and to protect yourself. It's the same mentality of somebody saying, don't wear your seatbelt. You'll have plenty of time if you're going to get into an accident to stop and put it on. No. Go on YouTube, watch some of the videos of the home invasions. It happens that fast. The way the bill is written, it's been challenged in a bunch of other states. The way the bill is written, that even if I live alone, I have my firearm loaded next to me. I get up to go walk into the bathroom, I could be charged with a felony because it's not within my immediate possession. It's ambiguous. If I have my firearm in the other room and the police come knock on the door and I open the door, they see the firearm in the other room, I can be arrested because it's not in my immediate possession. If you have a firearm for protection. You don't want to say when somebody breaks in, hold on, what is that combination? Hold on, I got to get the safe. Hold on, I'll get it in a second. No, that's why you have a firearm, to protect yourself. There are currently lots of these lawsuits on the bills that you're proposing. Recently, our sister state in Massachusetts, talking about the AR ban, the registry that is attached to the AR ban has currently been revoked, and it's now going back down to remand back down to apply Bruin. Last year in December in New York, the red flag bill in New York was declared unconstitutional and remanded back down. There is a proliferation of these cases going against what you're proposing today on some of these bills. We're going to end up in court. And as we win on these, the state of Rhode Island is simply going to pay on these. You have a bill in front of you for an outdoor range, saying that you don't want outdoor ranges close to schools. The Cranston police have had a range next to the high school for decades. They've always had it outside. If you shut down that range, where are the Cranston police going to train? You're going to have them incur costs. They're going to have to go someplace else that they're not used to training on. And if you pass the bill here, then you're going to have a bunch of copycat bills going, let's go put in and stop the ranges near this school and that school, that. We can hear them too far. That's the reason why we have currently in the state of the law, there is no restrictions with regard to noise ordinance, with regard to outdoor ranges. That's why we have it. The firearm store restriction on this, at any point, if somebody wanted to shut down, if this bill was to pass, if any person wanted to shut down a gun store in Rhode Island, they can open up a daycare next door or down the street, and it would shut down every gun range. If you remember during the pandemic, gun stores and ranges were considered to be essential. So you're putting in place regulations that could shut down essential functions with regard to firearms. Again, if bill passes, we're going to be in federal court. Now, one of the bills I read, and I was absolutely staggered by this. You want to change the blue card requirement and the training requirement to have any individual that's going to want to buy a firearm to go through a training process, which includes, amazingly, a 1-hour training course with a lawyer on self-defense. Wow. I'm not training anybody on that. Do you think any lawyer is going to step up and go, yeah, I'll take the responsibility on that, and I'll train people, so in case there's a shooting, I'm named in a lawsuit? How's that going to work out? Professional liability insurance for an attorney does not cover that training purpose on that. Now, a couple other things I just want to touch on. There's a bill that is in here today. The Capitol Police, who work tirelessly and protect our buildings, our courthouses. If you remember, we used to have marshals. We don't have marshals anymore. We now have Capitol Police. It's a typo in the law. Nobody changed it. So you really should, if there's a bill you should pass, would just immediately send it to the floor. That's one. You should respect our law enforcement, our Capitol Police, and give them the same protections that every other police department has, and put the exemptions in place. All it is substituting the marshals that we don't have and putting in Capitol Police. It's a really good bill. These people are out here every day making sure you're safe. Please pass that bill and make sure you give them the same protections back. Now, I got to say, I've heard a couple people mention about the governor's task force. I remember a couple of years ago, I was invited to some kind of roundhouse thing that they had where the governor was there, and there was a couple of retired judges, and there were a lot of psychologists and doctors. There was about 40 or 50 people against myself and one other person from the NRA. Our voices were not even close to being heard. That was a 1 or 2 hour complaint from every doctor, every psychologist, the judges that were there, Governor Raimondo saying how bad we were because we wouldn't accept their restrictions they wanted put in place. Our voices were never heard. So as far as her task force being balanced and getting someone's input on that, that was the one and only time we were invited. We were never invited back. So as far as the recommendations on that, you've got nothing from the firearms community. And one other thing I'd like to point on, and then I'll move on, give the mic to Mike O'Neill. The federal assault weapons ban that was passed, it was in place for 10 years. Federally, it was allowed to sunset. It made illegal a whole class of firearms, had magazine limitations on it. It was in place all across the United States, over all demographics, everywhere. And after 10 years, 2 governmental agencies did an exhaustive research on this. Both governmental agencies came to the exact same conclusion. You can get the reports and you can still read them. No measurable reduction in crime based on the assault weapons ban and the magazine limitations. Reason being, because it only affected the law-abiding citizens. Criminals don't care. The gangbangers don't care. It didn't affect anybody else. You had a federal gun ban, an assault weapons ban, and magazine limitation for 10 years, and it didn't reduce crime. So what? We're going to do it again? Now we're going to put it in place in Rhode Island? I'll end with that. I'll say thank you very much for your testimony, and you can hand it over to Mike O'Neill. Oh, if you want to, anybody wants to ask me questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And I'll be brief. I think you've made quite a number of salient points, not the least of which is many of these proposals have a greater effect on law-abiding citizens than they do on criminals. And I think, to me, that's the crux of the issue. The only thing I want to ask is this, and you may not be able to answer this, or you may have to get back to me. In the universe that is the set of handguns, firearms in totality, be they handguns, long guns, assault rifles, however you want to classify them. In the universe that exists for the totality of guns, the bill that was passed regarding the magazine ban in effect, tell me if what I'm about to say is true, had a dual effect. It not only made illegal magazines that had more than 10 rounds, but in so doing, it had a secondary effect that was not really mentioned, that it made, in effect, certain handguns illegal because they could not be modified. Is that a true statement?
That is correct. There are some.
No.
Yes, that is correct.
So that is true. That it not only had the effect of making illegal magazines that had more than 10 rounds, but because of that, certain handguns were made illegal because they could not be modified. Correct?
Correct.
Now we have a bill that's going to possibly make illegal assault rifles. Now we have another classification. So now we've made certain handguns illegal because they can't be modified. If we were to pass the bill, that would make assault rifles and their progeny underneath the, within the confines and the parameters of the bill, illegal. What percentage of that original universe of guns would be made illegal to the law-abiding citizen? Because we know it's not going to affect criminals.
Okay, that I don't know, and I have to get back to you because I'd be completely speculating on how many firearms would be affected, because the way the bill is written, it deals just with a feature or two on a firearm, which would classify it as an assault weapon.
But do you see what I'm getting at? So there was a certain class that were made illegal by virtue of their inability to be modified because they had more than 10 rounds. That was last year.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have this bill, this year. What's left? That's all I'm asking.
What's left would be a bolt-action rifle at that point, because the majority of semi-automatics with one or two features would be considered illegal at that point.
But while there's a great subset of those firearms that would not be accessible to the law-abiding citizen, it certainly wouldn't stop the criminal.
No, they don't care.
You know, in the run-up to this hearing, I got an email from, I don't know, every time I get, it seems like every time I get an email from somebody who is opposed to the common sense gun control that's in these bills, they don't put their name. I think the guy did in this one. But he had a picture of an AR-style weapon compared to a traditional hunting rifle. And he made the point that, like, there's no difference between these two except for the looks, which is something I disagree with, because the AR-style rifle had the barrel shroud, it had the threaded barrel, it had the pistol grip, it had all the stuff that the proposed legislation doesn't like. But it had, but the traditional hunting rifle was calibered. It was the same caliber. It was also semi-automatic and could fire. Following up on Chairman Corvasi's point of perhaps we're going to strip away all the firearms or a big chunk of what's out there, you know, the traditional hunting rifle is still there. And that's the point, right? The Second Amendment gives you, as stated by Bruin, as stated by Heller, gives you an individual right to bear arms. It gives you an individual right to protect your person, your home, and your family. It doesn't give you your unfettered right to access, you know, for using any kind of weapon that you choose to use. You can't lay a claymore around your house. You can't protect your house with artillery. You can't use any other kind of explosive. You can't have a sawed-off shotgun. You can't have a machine gun, right? Bruin, the dicta in Bruin, right? Not the decision, because the decision is all about whether you have to say "Mother, may I" to a governmental entity in order to have your license to carry. And Bruin says you don't, right? So that's a change, but that's the change. The dicta is what everyone's all bent out of shape about, what everyone's excited about on the part of the 2A community. And I don't know where that dicta is going to go. And for the layman out there, not lawyers, dicta is verbiage in a case that is not directly on point to the decision, but expresses a will of the court. So Clarence Thomas, right? Clarence Thomas, who's having some ethical troubles of his own, who knows if the rest of the court's going to go along with him next time around, says you have to have a historical antecedent. If next time we look at a gun bill, we want to see a historical antecedent, and I just named a bunch of them out there. It's going to change the landscape. But how much did we pay you for the stun gun case? Was it $85,000? All right, I'll pay it. I'll pay it all day long if it saves the life of a 6-year-old. Let's go to court. It's a third branch. That's why it's there. That's why it's there, is to hash this thing out. This is uneven, unstructured law in American society today, but it doesn't stop us from doing our thing. We're a co-equal branch of government. It's a good faith effort to pass these things. If we have this vote, if we pass this law, and if we put it up for a vote, it will certainly pass the House. Then we'll see where the chips fall. But I'm more than willing to engage with it. And one last question. You guys challenged the magazine ban in the United States District Court of Rhode Island. Is that right?
Correct.
What was the decision there?
It's now been appealed up to the Court of Appeals.
What was the decision?
The decision was the preliminary injunction was not granted.
Right, and the preliminary injunction, you guys asked them to stay the law. You asked them to say, put this law on hold, and the court said no, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I address the two statements he made? Because it's a kind of a question and a statement. I'd like to respond.
Succinctly, please.
Okay. First of all, it's not dicta in in Bruin. It's actually the holding of Bruin. If you do not have a historic precedent back to 1791, your restriction is unconstitutional. It's clear, okay? So that's first of all. Secondly, what you were talking about before is you can own this, you can own that. You might want to take a ride over to Newport, because back prior to that, cannons were actually considered privately owned, and then the Newport Armory has 4 of Paul Revere's privately owned cannons that were privately owned and loaned to the Continental Army at that time. So back in 1791, you could own cannons, you could own artillery, so what you just said was not correct, and you could own anything that you wanted. In fact, if you look up at your history, the reason why the British regulars were trying to strip away the colonist firearms, because the British regulars had Brown Bessies, and they're only accurate to 50 yards. The colonists had Kentucky squirrel rifles, accurate up to 100 to 150 yards. That's why we won our freedom from the British, because we were better armed. Back then, we had the AR-15s, exactly what you're trying to take away now. So what you're saying is not accurate historically, and it's not what the holding of Bruin is.
Okay, Mike? Oh, you want to talk? I'm sorry, Chip.
No, thank you, Chairman. Sort of addressing some questions and some comments from the panel, as well as asking some questions of the panel here. What would be left if these were to pass was a question that was posed out, and you said essentially a bolt-action rifle, which is a hunting rifle. My friend and colleague, Rep. Knight, then kind of said that, yes, everything is on the table, but you'll still be able to hunt. This might wind me up on the front page of the Journal tomorrow morning, but I want to remind people what the Second Amendment's about. It is not about shooting ducks, or it's not about shooting deer. It's about shooting me when I become a tyrant. And that might be tough to hear, but that's what it's about. We need to have the ability. It's not to shoot deer or ducks. On to another point that you were talking about, and something that I, for years, have been pointing out as one of the most natural truths that seems to be overlooked or disregarded. We did get the more comprehensive Attorney General's report this year, and obviously there's a lot of data in there, a lot of data that had to be drilled down through. I have maintained, and will continue to, that and the other gentleman whose name I forget, who was here earlier, who testified, referenced this as well. It's only the criminal that will follow these laws. Every time we pass these ridiculous laws, go through and ensure I am in compliance because I'm a law-abiding citizen. Drilling through this Attorney General's report, I can't help but scratch my head, and I'm not going to mention names or anything, but we have a person currently in the system who, back in 1999, felony assault with a weapon. 2000, assault with intent to commit robbery. 01, felony domestic assault. 02, possession of a firearm, committing a crime, fugitive from justice, carrying and discharging a firearm. 2012, conspiracy felony. 14, possession of stolen motor vehicle parts. 14, disorderly conduct. 15, possession of a weapon. 16, larceny. 16, possession of a firearm, violent crime, fugitive, 3 counts, felony assault, 3 counts, discharge of a firearm, all charges dismissed on plea and robbery conspiracy to commit felony. Credit was given for time served. 4 months later, same fella, 2016, breaking in and entering a dwelling, simple assault, disorderly conduct. 21, conspiracy, felony, less than 5 years. 21, felony assault and or battery. 21, felony assault with a firearm. 21, carrying a pistol or revolver without a license or a firearm, permit rather. He did get 2 years, God love him, at that point. 2 years, wow. But he was out, and within a couple of months in 2022, simple assault and or battery, domestic violence, disorderly conduct. What of these laws will prevent this from going on?
I don't think any, because he's a criminal. He doesn't care about the laws. He'll just come out and break more. Don't think he cares at all, whoever that person is.
And, you know, I think you're right about that, Mr. Scotia, and I think it would be worthwhile for folks to keep these things in mind. Only the law-abiding citizen will follow these. We will be hobbled, and we will not be able to do what we have to do. Thank you.
Yes, Dave.
Mr. Scotia, in your research revolving around other gun control measures across the country, and even with our high-capacity magazine ban we passed, are you aware of any preventative benefit from these? Has any of these stopped anything, or have these all been things that are charged after the fact? So just be able to tack on. Like, the whole idea is to prevent things. That's like what the advocates for these, for example, the assault weapons ban are saying this will prevent something. Have you seen any indication that that has taken place at all across the country? Or are these usually things that are just tacked on after the fact?
They're usually tacked on at the fact. I don't know of any, any examples where a person said, "Oh, I can't go rob the store with an AR because those will be bad. I'll have to just use a handgun." I don't see any of that. If somebody's going to ignore the law, they're going to ignore the law and they're going to get a firearm. These measures that we're trying to put in place are only hurting me and everyone else.
Mike?
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Mike O'Neill. I'm the Vice President of Rhode Island Second Amendment Coalition. Talk about the assault weapons ban a little bit. It gets into registration, which again is against the Rhode Island Constitution and the United States Constitution as far as the registry is concerned. Also, somebody brought up Uvalde school shooting and a few other mass shootings. And I'd like to touch on Uvalde as far as the state of Texas, you're not allowed to carry on school grounds. But the state of Texas allows the school districts to arm their teachers, their principals, more police, more training. Rep. Knight mentioned biometric safes. Well, they have biometric door cards. I use those at the airport all the time. You have to put your fingerprint on. Okay, so cameras, security systems, 162 school districts in the state of Texas have that. Uvalde did not. If you watched the video, which was very disturbing, when you had the police inside the building, sitting there waiting while the perpetrator was killing students. They took no action for over 40 minutes. That's bad training. I believe the whole sheriff's department in that district was fired. So the reason why I bring this up is we have not done anything to do with school security in Rhode Island. We've had no mandates, no training, and it's a shame because we have to fortify our schools. The assault weapons ban, everybody keeps saying it's gonna, because of the the shootings across the country that are mass shootings, the assault weapons ban is gonna fix that. No, what's gonna fix that is fortifying our schools. And we have done nothing. We have mandated nothing. Now, Representative Knight, all due respect, you mentioned that if we go to court, you'll be glad to pay for our legal fees. But the Rhode Island General Assembly won't pay for fortifying the schools. And to me, that's a more sensible thing to do when it comes to children's lives. When you have two kids in Uvalde underneath the table with a tablecloth over him, and he's on his cell phone pleading, please come help me, please come save me, because the children in the classroom that he's in are being killed. Since 2013, I've been asking for more school security, more resource officers.
Chairman, no bills about fortifying our schools are on this agenda today. I have to
This
ask.
has to do with the assault weapons ban.
No.
He brought it up as far as the mass shootings. I'm just going above what he mentioned about the mass shootings, and we're going statistics, and he brought up statistics also. I'm just making my statement as far as the assault weapons ban and as far as school shootings altogether.
But he's made that assessment. We don't need to continue to talk about fortifying the schools. There are no bills like that on our agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I think the precedent was set that as long as they didn't go too far afield, that they could talk about
There was a suggestion on my part that they were trying to make a point, and I understand that point, and I mentioned it to Frank. If you have such a point to analogize something as being part of an unsuccessful series of moves on behalf of the General Assembly, then confine yourself just to suggest it and not to describe it, if you wouldn't mind, Mike.
Okay, sure. So what also was brought up was the amount of deaths from firearms. It is not the leading killer in the United States. Fist in feet from the CDC, FBI. Knives kill more people than firearms. Bats, hammers, fentanyl, all sorts of things like that. Again, we really have a situation that we need to take different actions. As far as the bill on one firearm for 30 days, I disagree with that for the simple fact there's two reasons. One, you fill out your 4473, you fill out your background check, and you have a dealer order a firearm that he doesn't have in stock. Okay. 2 weeks later, hey, I don't have it. So he goes to another dealer, fills out another 4473 in his background check. He actually has that firearm in. All the police department, because the same police department's going to do the background check where he lives, that he bought 2 firearms within 30 days. And now they're going to go and arrest him when he actually didn't. Because just because somebody fills out a 4473 in a background check for the city or town doesn't mean that he bought it. So that's an issue. The other one is the safety test firearms for, they have that in Massachusetts. And basically every single model, whether it's a Glock 17 first generation, you would have to sit there and the company would have to send, say, $5,000 to $20,000 to what they do in Massachusetts, send it to Massachusetts, and they do a safety test. And if it's Gen 1, and then you have Gen 3, the Gen 3, it's the same firearm, has maybe little different features, but it's still a Glock 17 model. Again, you got to spend another $20,000. All that is for the fact of trying to restrict what firearms are sold in the state of Rhode Island. DEM is not set up to do these kind of tests. So, it was also mentioned earlier about on the one firearm for 30 days was brought up as far as the Burrowville gentleman that bought 276 firearms or 65 firearms in a month. There's 2 months. And then you had one that was in Providence. Okay, also what goes on with the 4473, if you buy 2 pistols at once, there's a second form that is filled out. that the purchaser does not know about unless he's familiar with it, but he doesn't fill it out. The second form goes to the Attorney General and it goes to the ATF, okay? So when you have somebody that buys 10 firearms at once, the ATF and the Attorney General should have already been knocking on his door, not waiting till 276 firearms are bought or 80 firearms are bought in a month's time. They should have already been knocking on his door and investigating him. So now you have firearms on the street because of their lack of time of arresting that person or actually investigating why he's buying so many firearms at once, and if he had all his firearms in his possession. So that's another issue. So it's not like they're not alerted. They are very well alerted if you buy more than 2 firearms in one purchase. So this 1 firearm per 30 days, it's already in place. We already have things in place, and you're trying to double down on it of things that aren't being used. And the 2 examples I give you, look it up, because it is true that there's a second form that is filled out that gets sent to the Attorney General and gets sent to the ATF, and they're all alerted when somebody buys 10 of the same model or 2 of the same model. They're going to get a phone call, and they're going to go and investigate. And it went too far with those 2 cases. Why? I don't know. You'd have to ask the Attorney General that. And that's really about all I have.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
I have a comment.
Yes.
Not a question, but I have a comment about Representative Knight's bill, which is that after Uvalde, there was an assessment and an investigation. And what that investigation and assessment found was that that entire police force waited outside because their supervisors were afraid, and I will quote, "Maintaining position or even pushing forward to a better spot to deliver accurate return fire would have undoubtedly been dangerous, and there would have been a high probability that some of our officers would have been shot or even killed. However, the officers would likely have been able to stop the attacker and then focus on getting immediate medical care to the wounded." That was not a question. It was just a comment for the committee.
Okay, thanks, Mike. I got to call some more people forward. We have the Secretary of State and the General Treasurer here. They'll be next. And I know Kevin Lynch is going to go, so why don't you come up, Kevin?
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate your time, and I will be respectful of it. When I was elected in 2012, about a month after that, the tragedy at Sandy Hook occurred. 2 of the things that I put forward in my first term were a ban on assault weapons and an expansion of the school resource officer program. My friends on the right said that I was trying to take guns from them. My friends on the left said I was trying to expand the student-to-prison pipeline. They were both incorrect. I was trying to save babies, simply put. And in my view, this is about mitigation. This is about mitigation. And the damage that is done with these weapons, which are easy to use, and I have fired them, which can wreak havoc in a short period of time. And if we can mitigate that, we're doing something. We're doing something. There was a discussion prior to this about the federal assault weapons ban. And I don't disagree with Frank's assessment of those studies, but I would point Representative Place in the direction of 2 other studies. One that was printed in the Applied Economic Letters in 2015 from Quinnipiac, and the other printed in the Journal of Trauma and Acute Surgery, DiMaggio et al. And both of those focus solely on mass shootings. They do not focus on crime rate. They focus on mass shootings, and they show a significant reduction in that period of time. And I'm fascinated to see how far we've come. I would suggest to you, and you could disagree, that the period of time where the national federal assault weapons ban was in place was a more united period of time in American history. In 1989, Ronald Reagan spoke at USC, and he said, "I do not believe in taking away the right of the citizen to own guns for sporting or hunting or for home defense. But I do believe that an AK-47 is not a sporting weapon or needed for the defense of a home." I could say that today, and I would agree with President Reagan. He and President Ford added their name to a letter in support of the national assault weapons ban. That letter in part said, this is a matter of vital importance to public security, public safety. While we recognize that assault weapons legislation will not stop all assault weapon crime, statistics prove that we can dry up the supplies of these guns, making them less accessible. We urge you to listen to the American people and to the law enforcement community and support a ban on the manufacturing of these weapons. That was May of 1994. If you look at the Gallup polling in 2000 and 2004, 60% of Americans agreed with that ban. And whether or not we want to discuss Bruin and its impact, the bottom line is the reality is the Supreme Court makes mistakes all the time. We can talk about history and we can talk about using history, and I'd love to have a beer with Representative Place and Chippendale and talk about the fear of a standing army and the intent of the Second Amendment. But I think today I want to focus on school shootings and mitigating those, because as an educator for over 30 years, I know the impact that the drills, just the drills, have had on both students, parents, and educators. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Well put. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
Seeing as I got my name mentioned twice, if I may.
Are you going to ask for the beer, or are you going to have a conversation?
We've done the beer a couple of times, so I'm not worried about that. You know, the studies that I referenced, inclusive, was about mass shootings, and that's defined as 4 or more. And again, the RAND did a survey of multiple studies done, and their conclusion was it's inconclusive. So my only comment on it is, in my opinion, it's intellectually honest to say that the assault weapons ban was federal assault weapons ban was effective, because the studies don't actually show that. So that was my only comment, you know, again, on the RAND thing. And, you know, unlike my leader over here, you know, I didn't get into, well, I'd love to talk history about the Second Amendment. My primary concern is who's going to go to jail and get a criminal record between now and when these laws are overturned. I mean, I don't know if anybody can intellectually honestly say that based on this composition of the Supreme Court that these laws aren't going to be overturned. So my concern isn't about the history, it's about the future. How many people are going to be put in jail for longer periods of time because of what I see, and I think the Supreme Court will play out, unconstitutional laws. And I think that's a disservice to our citizens to pass laws that will be ineffective, in my opinion, obviously, and at the same time put people in jail for longer periods of time, and eventually they'll get their day in court, I guess. But how many days are they going to have to spend in jail before the Supreme Court finally says you shouldn't have sent them there in the first place? So that's my concern. So thank you.
Can I say something? Oh. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say to you, Secretary, that I am 100% with you on what it's doing to school children. We recently had a fake calls around the state, I'm sure everyone's aware of it, of active shooters in schools. Narragansett was one of them, North Kingstown, I believe, East Greenwich, we all had them. The kids were terrified. You know, they shut them down. They had to come in, the cops came in and did a complete sweep while they're in the classrooms. You know, everybody's down. It was awful. And then it takes days for the community to come back around and calm the kids down. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Treasurer, also for coming forward. But I just wanted to say the school thing is insane. And now these fake calls, and the police have to respond to every single one like it's a legitimate call in case it is. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Representative. And look, I spent a lot of time talking about American exceptionalism in my classes, and always associated with the positive. The First Amendment's protection of free speech, the First Amendment's protection of freedom of the press, the opportunity that exists in this country. We are an exceptional nation in this way, too. We are the only nation that suffers these type of school shootings, and that's American exceptionalism we should not be proud of.
Treasurer Dioza, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the House Judiciary Committee. I'm here in support of House Bill 5300, which would ban assault weapons in Rhode Island once and for all. By now, we all know the places and names: a movie theater in Aurora, a concert in Las Vegas, elementary schools in Uvalde and Newtown, a high school in Parkland, a church in Charleston, banks, mall, public places, whose names are forever marred by pain and horror. They have all been etched into the collective consciousness of our nation and our state. The stream of tragedies and thousands of others across the country are connected by a common and sobering thread. Each was carried out by an assault weapon, specifically by guns belonging to the now notorious class of weapons known as AR-15s. This bill will ban assault weapons to help ensure a city or town in Rhode Island is not next. These weapons were designed to be efficient war machines. They have no place on our streets and in our communities. As mayor of Central Falls and a longtime member of Mayors Against Illegal Guns, I knew what it was like to get that call and be told that there's another innocent victim. I had conversations with sisters, brothers, fathers, and mothers whose world was shattered with the pull of a trigger. I saw their tears, and I still feel their pain. Each year, there's an extraordinary number of gun incidents across Rhode Island, and through the Crime Victims Compensation Program, my office helps victims and their families get back on their feet. But as treasurer, I would like nothing more than to never have to process another claim. This bill is not about the strict language of the Constitution, written in a bygone era when guns were manually packed with gunpowder. It's about common sense. It's about ensuring the safety of your neighbors, your friends, and your family. I don't want my young son and daughter to grow up in a state where children casually practice active shooter drills. And I don't want them to grow up in a country where school shootings are so routine they barely register on national news anymore. The time has come, and I urge you all to act to help avoid a future tragedy in the Ocean State. Thank you, Chairman and members of this committee.
Thank you. Any questions for the treasurer? Thank you. Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. I'd like to comment on two bills. 5434, I believe, is safe storage, and obviously the assault weapon ban, House 5300. I first would like to talk about safe storage. My first career in policing was with the Cranston Police Department, and I retired in 2009 and worked for a decade in state government. And upon retiring, I too utilized my constitutional right and purchased a firearm. And I went to the Attorney General's office and obtained a concealed carry weapon permit. But one of the things that I made certain that I did was put that gun in a safe storage container in my home. I had two very young children at the time, and it was paramount to me that that gun needed to be safe. As you know, the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association, as I'm the current president of, submitted written testimony in support of this legislation and duly noted that there are many instances where homes are broken into. There are theft of firearms, and we have to make sure that anytime those crimes commit, that we don't allow another legal gun to get out into the streets. We also indicated that a recent study done in 2021 indicated that there were 360 plus unintentional shootings by children alone with access to firearms. So we know that these instances occur in our communities because there's accessibility to firearms that are not properly stored. And again, I would like to provide testimony on an assault weapon ban. And I speak to you as the police chief in the town of Bristol on this position. But I also speak to you, like my high school classmate. I have in my house two women, and both of the ladies are public school teachers. My wife, Lynn, of 30 years, has been a school teacher for 25 years in the city of Cranston. And my daughter recently graduated college and became a high school teacher at Rogers in Newport. And I can tell you that the women in my household are deeply concerned every day that they go to work of the potential of an active shooter coming to their school and creating harm. I can tell you for some of the testimony that I heard today is in Rhode Island, as president of the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association, we take a position inside of the school, unlike Uvalde. We get inside the middle of that school and we respond. Our job and our goal is to replace a student or a member of the faculty at a school, and we become the target. We displace the student or that faculty member. That's the way that all Rhode Island Police Departments train. And as of last Friday, one of the things in our strategic plan is we met at Rhode Island EMA, and we're developing a statewide policy. If I have to call for assistance in Bristol, I want to make sure that the folks coming from East Providence know exactly how we want them to react. So as a state, we are working vigorously at having a statewide active threat plan in place. I can tell you that most recently, it's all not fresh on our minds, March 27, 23, in Nashville, 3 adults, 3 children were killed with an active shooter inside of a school. We know that that person had a semi-automatic weapon. We know that even when you talk about hardening of the schools, creating that money for that hardcore infrastructure, which is important as well, that person penetrated those doors with that high-powered rifle and was able to get into that particular school and obviously kill 6 people on that particular day. It was heroic actions on behalf of the police officers that went in there, became the threat for that shooter, and engaged that person, and obviously that situation was isolated. As the chief in the town of Bristol, last year on July 4th, we know that Highland Park, Illinois, 7 people died, 48 were wounded by a person using an assault weapon. That person utilized rooftop access, used that high-powered rifle, and was able to shoot down on people. As you know, Bristol is the home to the oldest 4th of July celebration in the United States of America. We have to do everything that we can in order to prevent these tragic incidences from occurring. A lot of testimony was stated today that we are eliminating the opportunity for legal, law-abiding citizens to possess these weapons. I can tell you in these 2 shooting instances that I talked to you about, both of these folks obtained these guns legally. They were law-abiding citizens who chose to buy an automatic assault weapon and to utilize that weapon nefariously and kill other people. So it does happen. I believe that law-abiding citizens should have access to firearms. I was one of those people when I was a civilian in between my tenure as a police officer. But I also know that these particular pieces of legislation, they're small pieces to the puzzle. I am not going to get up here and testify that passing an assault weapon ban is going to solve school shootings. Look at it from a puzzle point of view. Every piece of the puzzle is important. This is another piece to the puzzle, and I hope that this committee sees fit with that.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Chief. Yes, David.
Chief, just some follow-ups. I know we got emotional towards the end there, but just to acknowledge, again, you know as well as I do, no one has automatic weapons. There's no machine guns out there right now, right? I mean, they're all semi-automatic. They're
Yes,
not automatic.
that's correct.
Okay, so in your testimony, you referred to automatic weapons being out there on the street, and I just think, like I said, I understand it gets emotional in here.
Yeah, point of clarification, I meant semi-automatic weapons. One was an AR, both of those were AR-15s.
Thank you.
Those instances that I spoke about.
Just out of curiosity, again, just in terms of the effectiveness of these laws and things like that, how many magazines were turned into your department once the high-capacity magazine ban was put into effect?
Less than 7.
Less than 7? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I've got 2 other witnesses that I want to bring forward that would have been part of the 3-witness panel with the chief, but we made room for the 2 general officers. So will Chief Oscar Perez or Colonel Oscar Perez come forward, and Tanya Murtha, and then the last person will be Chairman Solomon. Would you come forward and put the last bill into play? We'll take you first, Chairman Solomon. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. House Bill 5692 by myself would exempt the Capitol Police from the firearm restrictions, specifically the license or permit required to carry a pistol. Now, we all know our Capitol Police as we come into this building. They're the ones who protect this building. They're the ones who protect the courthouses, and they're also the ones that protect other public buildings. So they should also be included as other law enforcement officers that are exempt from these restrictions. It also deletes the language regarding state marshals, as there are no more state marshals in this state. So it's a very simple bill. I know you have a long night ahead of you, and I know there's a lot of passionate testimony on both ends of this subject, but thank you.
Any questions for the chairman? Thank you very much for being patient with us, Joe. Chief, Colonel, I should say, congratulations, by the way, on your promotion. Well deserved.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak tonight in favor of House Bill 5300, which will prohibit the manufacture, sale, transfer, purchase. Sorry. You hear me now?
Yes, that's
my
much better.
apologies. Let me start again. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak tonight in favor of House Bill 5300, which will prohibit the manufacture, sale, transfer, purchase, and possession of assault weapons. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Oscar Perez, and I'm the Chief of Police for the City of Providence. Providence is home to many things. It's a beautiful city. We have world-class restaurants, statewide art colleges, universities, and different festivals such as the PVD Festival, Dominican Festivals, Puerto Rican Festival, the Pride Festival. However, like many other big cities, Providence suffers from the evil and unnecessary effects of gun violence. We've seen them this past weekend with a young man that lost his life, and I can sit here for hours to tell you some of the stories that has happened in our city because of gun violence. House Bill 5300 will address this issue directly and will help keep our children, residents, visitors, people that work in our city, our seniors, and our police officers. It will keep them safe. As a police officer for the last almost 30 years, I have seen the increased effects of assault weapons in recent years. Most of you remember that just last year alone, in February, a gunman fired hundreds of rounds of ammunition at Providence police officers, which included a variety of assault weapons. Our special response team was under fire. They exchanged fire with an individual that ended up taking his own life. And I praise to the Lord that I didn't bury a police officer that day. In another incident, a 31-year-old Providence man opened fire on another Providence police officer with an AR-15 rifle, striking his police vehicle twice and nearly striking the officer who was responding to the aid of a domestic abuse victim. In both of those cases, no officers were hurt, but that situation, without a doubt, could have been very different. Very quickly, if not for their tactical training, their experience, and their courage, we didn't bury our officer that night. The City of Providence is hyper-focused on taking illegal guns off the street. We do this on a daily basis. Very proactive. We truly believe in community engagement, but as well, our officers are proactively enforcing these laws and making sure that people that are carrying the illegal guns go to jail. Last year, the police department was responsible for taking 276 number of guns off the streets, including assault weapons. But despite these efforts, we are routinely seeing evidence of more high-power weapons being used in shootings. For example, in the past, when officers responded to shots fired to many different areas of our city, we used to take 2 or 3 shell casings from the streets. We see much more now, sometimes up to 20 shell casings. This is a serious issue as it makes it harder for law enforcement to respond to a scene and gives people a higher likelihood of being victims. This issue has been debated for years, and the City of Providence has been fortunate so far that we have not seen the tragedies that other big cities have. As you know for a fact, Louisville has seen it twice in less than a week. However, the time is now to act before this becomes a reality. I was watching the news the other day when you had a doctor in front of the cameras stating that he doesn't know what it is that we need to do, but doing nothing is not the solution. With that, I respectfully urge the committee to vote yes on House Bill 5300, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Chief Perez? Oh, yes. Edie.
Thank you, Chairman Craven. One question. Welcome, officer. Earlier, the chief from Bristol was asked how many magazines had been turned in. Do you know how many have been turned in Providence?
I do not, ma'am, and I heard that question earlier, and as soon as I heard it, I was about to text somebody to get that answer, but I don't have it, but I'll get that for you without a doubt.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Chief. And Tanya Murtha?
Good evening, Chairman Craven and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Dr. Tanya Murtha, and I'm here from Barrington, and I am a constituent of Mr. Knight. I'm here tonight in support of Representative Caldwell's bill, H5434, Safe Firearm Storage, and Representative Knight's bill, H5300, Regulating Assault Weapons. Gun violence matters to me, both professionally and personally. As a pediatric critical care physician, I take care of the sickest children in our state at Hasbro Children's Hospital. And over the course of my career, have cared for several children who have been injured by gun violence. Some have been patients who have been shot and have luckily mostly survived their injuries. Others have been secondary victims, like a little girl I cared for in my training who was at her father's knee when he was shot in the head. And I had the job of cleaning his brain matter out of her hair while she cried for her father. And I wonder how she's doing now. On a personal side, I was married in Newtown, Connecticut, my husband's hometown, about 2 months before the Sandy Hook shooting. My sister-in-law was a nanny for one of the girls that died, and I have sat with her with the mother that lost her child at Sandy Hook. I've also interacted professionally with one of the other fathers of a Sandy Hook victim, Dr. Rickman, who researched the link between mental illness and gun violence before his tragic suicide a few years ago. So this means a lot to me. Additionally, because I'm a PICU doctor, I not infrequently have to tell parents that their children has died or will die. And so was quite horrified by the recent New York Times article highlighting increasing child mortality, titled, "It's not deaths of despair, it's deaths of children." The New York Times article pointed out that only 1 in 25 American 5-year-olds will not live to see the age of 40. And the child death rate is rapidly increasing, about 10% per year over the last several years. Some people will say this is due to the pandemic. It's not. It's only about 2% of the deaths are due to the pandemic. More than around half of this increase in death is due to death from firearms, evenly split between homicide and suicide. Further, in 2020, as Mr. Knight had previously mentioned, gun violence surpassed car accidents as the leading cause of death for American children, which is truly horrifying. The proposed bill, H5300, will reduce the spread of exceptionally deadly military-style firearms, which are commonplace in mass shootings in our communities. Mass casualties are more likely from shootings with an assault rifle than with a handgun. In a study comparing likelihood of death by firearm caliber, it was found that death was increased by caliber size, with death being twice as likely with a medium caliber gun and nearly 5 times as likely with a large caliber gun. And in this study, they did modeling where they replaced all of the medium and large caliber guns with small caliber guns, and it predicted that the mortality rate would decrease by 40% from guns. A graphic example of this increased mortality from these types of weapons was seen in the recent Washington Post article, The Blast Effect, in which a graphical model showed the narrow path of a bullet from a handgun versus the much larger path of destruction from an assault weapon. The location of entry and exit wounds of Noah Posner, a Sandy Hook victim, are shown as well, including the bullet that crossed from his back to his chest and another that demolished his jaw. These reconstructions demonstrate the expanding path of damage that occurs with bullets from assault weapons. This is also supported by clinical experience. I trained at the PICU at Yale, which was on call for receiving victims from the Newtown shooting. No children arrived. No children survived that sustained gunshot wounds. They didn't even make it onto the ambulances, and some of them were unrecognizable on the site. The passage of laws to outlaw high-capacity magazines is laudable, but it's not enough. One bullet can kill a child from these weapons. Bill H5434 on safe gun storage can also save lives by preventing firearm suicide, unintentional shootings, and unauthorized access to guns. There is a 3-fold increase in the risk of homicide and a 5-fold increase in suicide in a home that contains a gun. Firearms remain a common method for suicide in children and are the most lethal method of attempting suicide, with approximately a 90% mortality rate as opposed to only 23% in a drug ingestion for suicide attempt. And it has been shown that safe storage of firearms reduces the risk of adolescent suicide. I've told parents that their adolescent has died from suicide. It's awful, and I think we should do anything we can to prevent that from happening. Death from unintentional shootings are less common than homicide or suicide. However, in 2022, 156 American children died from an unintentional shooting, which are preventable deaths with safe gun storage. Safe gun storage is also a pillar of pediatrician anticipatory guidance, and the American Academy of Pediatrics strongly recommends safe gun storage if there are guns in the home. Thank you for your time and your consideration of this important legislation. It is my hope that you will vote these bills out of committee and send it to the House floor with recommendation of passage so that we have less parents who we have to tell that their child has died. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness? Yes.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and it's so often that we hear from the advocates here, but true advocates, kind of lobbyists and whatnot, and we are lucky when we hear from people with boots on the ground experience, the police officers, yourself, and others, to provide us real world observations about what these weapons could do. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I believe that Steve Dambrook and Ed Triano are somewhere here. Steve, you can come forward. And for everybody to know where we're going from here, there will be 4 2A, 3 2A witnesses. Brenda Jacobs would be next, with Jake McEwen and Darren Goins. And then the last 3 would be Pat Crowley, Mary Barden, and Sydney Moonstream. Or Moonstream, yes, Monstream.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Stephen Dambrook. I'm the Chief of the Criminal Division at the Office of the Attorney General, and I'm joined this evening by our Chief of Investigations, Edward Troiano. And we've split it up, so I was going to address the Safe or Secure Storage Bill, H5434, and the Felon in Possession Bill, H6069, and Chief Troiano was going to address the Assault Weapons Bill, H5300. Members of the committee, when I look at the Secure Safe Storage Bill, I see a shift in how we approach this situation. See, for years and years, we've been reactive. So the existing statute only kicks in once the tragedy has occurred. A person can only be charged under the existing statute once that death or serious bodily injury has occurred, and then only with a misdemeanor, carrying a maximum penalty of 1 year in jail. This new piece of legislation, introduced by Representative Caldwell, shifts that dynamic. It's proactive, because what it does, through an increasing step of punishment, is allow for law enforcement intervention at an earlier stage. So you don't have to wait for the tragedy. If that gun is not properly secured, when there's no children about or people who are prohibited from possessing firearms, it's a civil violation. So there's a consequence, but it's a fairly minimal consequence. But hopefully it would get that person's attention and bring them into compliance with the law. If you don't have that weapon properly secured, and there is a child or someone who's prohibited from possessing a firearm in the vicinity, then it's a misdemeanor. And if and only if, unfortunately, that situation rises to the level where someone has died or been seriously injured, and that involves a child or a prohibited person, then it's a felony. And that proactive, that preventive approach is the way to go. You know, Attorney General Nerona has spoken about that with regard to most of our strategies in addressing crime, and particularly gun violence. Let's be proactive. Let's be preventative. And I also would point out that this bill does not only use the stick. There's carrot, there's education, right? We're trying to educate people as to why this is so important. Now, there have been many hypotheticals discussed this evening, and we can always come up with a hypothetical. But I can talk about real cases. Representative Falella talked about the case in Johnston. What a tragedy. If that homeowner had only properly secured that weapon, that young man would still be with us. Mr. Andrechuk, thankfully not a tragedy in this regard, but he had young children in a house that was loaded with unsecured firearms and a whole bunch of ammunition. Thankfully, that tragedy didn't occur, but why should we have to wait for that? This bill allows us to intervene at an earlier point in time, before the tragedy occurs, and to educate the public about the importance. Now, with regard to some of the other examples provided, there's a specific carve-out if the weapon's within your immediate control or vicinity. So that person who may be disabled, or whether it be by a broken leg or some permanent disability, if that weapon is within their reach, they keep it on the nightstand next to them, they're not covered by this statute. They won't be prosecuted. It's only when you're not in the immediate vicinity or the firearm is not within your immediate control that you need to properly secure it. For those people that may live alone, you think, well, who's going to come? Well, guess, visitors may come. A child may get into that gun, and then the tragedy occurs. And also with regard to people breaking into a home, if you have an unsecured weapon in another room, there's a significant likelihood that weapon will end up being used against you. It's a dangerous instrumentality. This just simply requires a rather small and insignificant burden. It places an insignificant burden on people. Just properly secure your weapon when it's not under your immediate control. And the benefits cannot be measured, because if only one child is saved, how do you measure that, right? You have to put a trigger lock, or you have to have a proper gun safe to save the life of a child. Those two, just you can't even measure or compare those two things. With regard to the second bill, H6069, what I refer to as the felon in possession, what this does is it basically puts into state law the same type of restrictions that are already present in federal law. Under 18 U.S.C. 922G, and I prosecuted a bunch of these cases when I was a federal prosecutor, it's unlawful to be a felon, a convicted felon, in possession of a firearm. The state law, as we sit here now, only restricts possession of a very narrow category of felons, basically those convicted of violent crimes. So if I were to go out and be convicted for possessing, unlawfully carrying a firearm, and then possess a firearm again, there's no statute that would allow us to enhance the penalty, to hold that person more accountable for their repetitive criminal activity. The bill also does provide a minor fix to the mandatory minimum sentence that's in that statute. Now, first off, the felon in possession provision is exempted from that. It does not have a minimum mandatory sentence. But if you are a violent criminal, so you've been convicted of a violent crime, and you are found in possession of a gun, as the law stands now, you're subject to a 2-year minimum mandatory penalty up to 10 years. And there's been some dispute and discussion as to whether a judge may suspend the portion of that mandatory minimum penalty above 2 years. So this bill clarifies that sort of confusion that we now have before the courts. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief Troiano to talk about the
Yes, I think there's a question for you, Steve.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to. Certainly, Representative Covesi, good to see you.
How are you, Mr. Danbrook?
Very
Always
well.
a pleasure. Very quickly, the first, regarding Representative Caldwell's bill, the first level where it would be a civil charge, how would that be discovered?
How would it be discovered?
How would, yes. Under what circumstances, if no crime has been committed, how would you know that? How would you have the information to charge that person?
It could be in a number of ways, like any other, I would say, criminal prosecution, but this would be a civil prosecution. It would be either from some complainant, a civilian complainant, who goes to the person's home or is inside that home, sees an improperly stored and secured weapon, and lodges a complaint with law enforcement. Or it could be that law enforcement is on those premises for some other reason, and as a result discovers an improperly secured firearm and then takes action.
I can see the second scenario, Same way as if you have some type of traffic violation and you're unbuckled,
Correct.
okay? I believe that's still a secondary violation. It's not anymore? It's a first violation? Used to be a second violation. I was here long enough when it was a secondary violation. But that first scenario, if your neighbor comes over the house for coffee and happens to see the gun and calls up the Attorney General and lodges a complaint, I don't know, there's something totalitarian with that scenario.
I'm not.
I
you just asked
get it.
how it could come to the law
I get
enforcement's
it.
attention. Those
I
would be
can
the-
see if there was a
Right.
criminal, if there
Right.
was some type of altercation, there was some type of domestic, some
Right.
type of criminal, but something, the first scenario,
So
something doesn't sit right.
So, Representative, you mentioned domestic. It's a good example.
And I
right?
get
So
that.
Law enforcement oftentimes, and unfortunately, has to respond to homes because of a domestic violence situation. And when they're at that home, you know, they enter in to deal with the domestic, but oftentimes they'll see other evidence of potential misconduct. And I don't use crimes because in this case, if it was a first offense and it was there were no children present, and or a prohibited person, it would only be a civil violation. Basically the same type of violation that we now have for operating on a suspended license for the first, I believe it's 3 to 5 offenses. If, however, a child was present, then they could charge with a misdemeanor. But that's most likely how it would occur in these instances where police are there for some other reason and happen to see evidence of this particular violation.
And that I get because, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I got the impression when the magazine ban was passed that from the, if my memory serves me correctly, the law enforcement individuals who were testifying were saying that that would be used as an additional charge on top of something else if they found that there was a firearm with a magazine capacity greater than 10, and that would be a secondary charge as opposed to a primary charge.
That is what we're seeing. So in most of the cases where charges have been brought for a high-capacity magazine, generally those are situations where either a gun has been seized because of an unlawful possession or carrying or whatever, and the magazine is extended, or those type of objects are found during the execution of a search warrant for either in a drug investigation or some other violent crime or firearm-related investigation.
Okay. So that's why I have a little hesitancy with regard to that first set of circumstances. But thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Justine?
I wanted to comment briefly on that, Doc, since it's my bill and I have thought about this a lot. I think in the world has changed a lot in regards to mass shootings and people's fear about shootings. And it doesn't seem totalitarian to me. And I can imagine many moms and many parents that I know who might go over to someone's house with their kids for a play date and find out that there was an unsecured gun and feel like they might want to say something to somebody about that. Well, I would say respectfully, I'm in these positions a lot more now than you are in the current world that we're living in. And I would also add one more thing about the domestic issue, which this gives an opportunity for women like Patty Alley's sister, who might know that she was in trouble or she was in danger, to call and get that, get her boyfriend or whatever their relationship was at the time, to realize that that was a problem. So I think in the domestic disputes, that could also be an issue beforehand. And I know you disagree with me about that, but I do know that you respect that these are situations that I find myself in on a daily basis, conversations with parents. And I don't necessarily think it would be wrong to want your kid to go to someone's house where you want them to play with their friends, but you don't want them to be around an unsecure firearm.
Well, I know that once I make the phone call to the Attorney General's office, I'm not going back to that house. And we can forget about any friendship or play dates from that point forward. I understand.
you're not in that position
we live in a
anymore.
different world. I understand that, and we have to take more precautions now than we did. But there's something unsettling about that first set of circumstances. I agree with Mr. Danbrook, where it's a domestic situation, a criminal investigation, some type of altercation, and there's a gun there that's unsecured. I get it. But just seeing a gun in someone's house and then running to the phone and calling the AG, there's something unsettling about that. And I'm not sure the world has changed that much. Not for that.
Thank you, Chairman. Steve, I just wanted to ask you, so if there was a gun that, under this bill, if it's not secured properly, and the gun owner is there, and then there's another guest in the house who has the right, has a permit to carry, and they use that gun to kill themselves unbeknownst to the owner of the gun, how would that work in this? Would that, because both of them have the right to carry,
Correct.
but one of them didn't store the gun, so the other one got it. So would that, under those circumstances, would that be punishable as a first degree?
I believe that would be punishable as a violation. So for the enhanced penalty, the death or the harm has to result to a child or at the hands of a child or to a child and or to at the hands of a person who's prohibited from possessing a firearm.
So then how does that cover like someone like Patty Alley's situation? Because her sister, she didn't have a license to carry. So obviously that's how it would cover it, right? So she
No.
shouldn't have the gun. And did you listen to the testimony from her?
I did.
Yeah.
And certainly that's another, and I'm not an expert on public health, and I certainly cannot express that concern as well as she did. But you don't need to have a permit to possess a weapon or to hold a weapon within the home.
And within your home.
So under this statute, that scenario would not be a felony. It would be a violation. There would be a penalty associated with it. And of course, the bill also promotes education and public messaging about the dangers, but it would not necessarily be a felony under this statute.
Well, that doesn't take into the circumstances the fact that the person was depressed, and the person who left the gun out knew that. I mean, so I'm trying to figure out how do you get at that situation, and I don't know if this bill goes far enough. And I know they're all going to chuckle, but this is serious.
It certainly is, and all I can say, Representative, is I'm describing for you what this bill does. And what it doesn't do. So it does cover, or it does enhance the penalties under certain circumstances, but not under every circumstance. Primarily, the enhancements kick in when there's a child or prohibited person somehow involved, whether it be that the gun is left unsecured and a child or prohibited person is present.
And what is a prohibited person?
Someone who cannot lawfully possess a firearm.
Okay. But if it's within the home and you don't have a license to carry, but you can pick up that gun, if it's sitting on the table, and just shoot yourself with it, and that's okay.
It would still be a violation.
A violation.
It would not, however, be covered by the misdemeanor or felony provisions of this particular piece of legislation.
Well, that's concerning to me, actually, but thank you.
Representative Place.
So I'm going to go back to what we were talking about earlier with Doc's two situations. So on the civil side, if two neighbors have a conflict and neighbor A knows that neighbor B is a firearms owner, they can lodge a civil complaint against their neighbor, claiming that they're in violation of this storage bill. Is that correct?
Sure. I mean, anyone can do
so
anything.
What's the follow? Just to, because I mean, Doc said I found it chilling personally. So does that give law enforcement probable cause to search the other home based on that civil complaint?
No, it's a civil violation, not a crime. You cannot apply for or obtain a warrant for a non-criminal offense under most circumstances. There are certain provisions within, I believe it's the red flag law and others, that allow specifically for the issuance of warrants to seize and secure firearms. But as far as a criminal investigatory matter, you wouldn't be allowed to obtain and execute a search warrant in furtherance of the investigation of a civil violation.
So if in the process of investigating the complaint, the neighbor who had the complaint filed against them just chose not to allow the officers into their home and just denied the claim at the door, that would be enough for the officers to close out the case?
So I cannot, every situation rises and falls on its specific facts, so I hate to answer general hypotheticals. There could be other circumstances there that would lead to the belief or probable cause that there was some criminal activity, so I can't give you that specific answer.
I mean, I think just what it comes down to is it's not, the concern isn't of this bill right now. I mean, I'll be honest, I'll give Representative Caldwell some, a lot of credit in terms of this bill is much different than it was last year. Something that I appreciate. It was something that, I didn't find necessarily, I didn't find it offensive. I'll be honest, I didn't. But with this scenario that Doc's talking about, I mean, the ability to just make a claim and cause the beginning of an investigation, I think is now my primary concern. Again, I just find it chilling that there's no, I just find it really, I find it very concerning that a neighbor can just unilaterally make a complaint against their other neighbor because they're in a bad mood to cause this whole process to start. So I guess that was my comment. Thank you.
May I think it's, Steve, I'm not going to ask you to talk about this, but I think it's worth pointing out in the experience of those engaged in law enforcement and professions like mine adjacent to law enforcement, that the bad faith tip that comes to law enforcement is, it happens. Law enforcement is trained to deal with it. I think that we should remember when we talk about this bill that everybody in the state is expected to conform their actions to the law at all times. Everyone is expected to behave lawfully in their home and outside of their home. Wherever they are, they got to behave lawfully. And what this bill seeks to do, we talk about safe storage, but what it really is safe control. If you don't have control of the weapon, if this bill passes, if you don't have control of the weapon, then you need to make sure that it is stowed away, put away somewhere where someone else can't get it. That would be the law. And in the home or outside the home. And I appreciate the special concern before we make a law that's applicable to people inside their home, but I don't think it's too much to ask to say to a homeowner, a gun owner, if you have that firearm, you're responsible for where it is and under whose control it is at all times if you're going to take on the responsibility to own it. Just my 2 cents.
Yes, Doc.
If I, through the chair, very quick response to my colleague and respected colleague, Representative Knight. We heard tonight, and this is tangential to the issue, but relevant. We heard tonight from, I believe it was the police chief of what, Bristol?
Bristol, yes.
When asked how many magazines were turned in, I think the number was 7. Now, I can't believe there's only 7 people in Bristol. I know. All right, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. 7 people in Bristol. Only 7 who had guns that had capacities in their magazines greater than 10. So that there's a pretty good chance that a lot of those magazines weren't turned in. Now, we're not going to do a house-to-house search. We talked about that when the bill was passed. There'll be no house-to-house search, no knocking on doors, no looking into people's bedrooms or storage units or what have you for magazines that are greater than 10. But there's a pretty good chance that there's law-abiding citizens out there, truly law-abiding citizens who are not turning in their magazines. So, and they are law-abiding citizens.
Not if they have the magazines.
Well,
Can I respond?
When I say, excuse me, let me clarify. When I say law-abiding citizens, citizens who have not broken the law other than the fact that they haven't turned in their magazine.
Representative Caldwell.
And
What's that?
And
Can you guys keep it down back there, please?
And likewise, there's going to be individuals who, at one time or another, may have their firearm in a place that someone may feel is not appropriate or safe without children around or what have you, and yet they'd be subject to a civil penalty. That's all I want to bring up. I think there's some merit in the bill, but I think there's a lot of questions regarding the bill.
Representative Caldwell, you want to respond?
I do. I won't add that, yes, they're currently breaking a law. A lot of people are bringing up the magazine bill, which is obviously very near and dear to my heart. And what I want to say is what we know about these bills, what we know about our discussions about these bans is that the progress and the help that they give takes place over time. So this bill passed in, let's see, June of last year, right? So it has not even been a single year. So I don't think it's honest intellectually, which I know everyone on this committee to be, to say that we can act like something like that is not going to work when this has not. I mean, we're arguing that we can't tell, though I would disagree with that, and I will send the committee lots of data about the federal bans. But, you know, there are people here arguing, well, it was 10 years and it's inconclusive. This has been less than 1 year. So I don't think, we're not hearing anything about magazines today, and I don't think that is relevant. And the last thing I want to say, Doc, is that you might have just not been choosing your words as, you know, we're all here kind of talking, but I would say that the last thing you said really gets to my point about the need for a safe storage, for a law about this control, which is they might feel like they are storing it safely. Well, if somebody else can get it and hurt themselves or someone else, then it doesn't matter how they feel because they are not storing it safely. Those parents of that 6-year-old who shot his teacher went on the news afterwards and said, we were storing it safely. Well, like, no, you weren't, right? And so it's not about how people feel about how they're storing their guns. It's about making sure that they are storing them safely. Thank you.
Okay. Ed? No. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Mr. Danbrook. I had a question, actually separate on 6069.
Okay, yes.
Just a quick clarifying question. So does that include people who've had a nonviolent felony 20, 30 years ago, even something that's legal now, and they had it sealed or expunged from their record? Does this apply to them as well?
It may not.
It may not.
Right. So under the federal statute, the current federal statute, if your period of probation has expired and/or a certain number of years have passed after the conviction, it may not be enforceable. Also, the federal statute looks at the state definition of what's a conviction. And in Rhode Island, NOLO followed by probation or a filing or something of that nature is not a conviction and therefore may not be prosecutable, or you may be allowed to have a firearm. This is written a little differently, so it's not exactly the same, but most people convicted of a felony would be prohibited, at least for some period of time, from possessing a firearm. Versus now, where if you're convicted of a violent crime, you are prohibited. And then there's also the second category, which is a separate federal statute, but under this same section, not impacted by this bill, of crimes of domestic violence, where you're also prohibited.
So it doesn't really define violent versus nonviolent. It's any felony.
Right. The proposal here would expand it from violent felony to any felony. So right now, it's a limited number of felonies, strictly violent felonies, as defined by the statute. This proposal is to expand it beyond. So last year, there was a bill that expanded it to those folks who unlawfully possessed a firearm, were convicted previously, of unlawfully possessing a firearm. This expands it a little further to any felony. And it's basically the equivalent of the federal statute. So if you were to go to a gun store and attempt to purchase a weapon as a convicted felon, you would not be allowed to do so. You'd have to fill out the form, check that off, and that would be what's known as a prohibitor.
So what would the wording be? Does it include those that have been expunged or sealed?
I'm going to ask Ed, sort of an expert on this.
Steve, if they're expunged, they don't exist anymore. You wouldn't.
It would not.
It wouldn't exist anymore.
Right,
It's destroyed.
But only
yeah,
after it's expunged or sealed. So I just want to be
Correct.
careful about, when it's been formally expunged or sealed.
Yeah, it just doesn't clarify in this law, it just says any, so.
Right, but once the
I just wanna make
conviction
sure it's
is,
clear.
and I apologize for the confusion. So once the conviction is expunged or sealed, no, the prohibited would no longer exist because the conviction, for legal purposes, no longer exists.
If you get something expunged, it never happened. You can't get charged under the statute.
I understand
Right,
that. I just wanted to make, it doesn't specify that here, and other laws do exempt that, and it doesn't here. So I just wanted to clarify on the record that it does.
I concur.
Thank you.
Okay. Now it's your turn, Ed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I on here?
I believe you are, yeah.
Great. Thank you all for having me again this year to testify, and I'm here on behalf of the Attorney General to testify in support of House Bill 5300. And in coming here tonight, the Attorney General has asked me simply to share some of my experience with you all. And if you'd bear with me for a few minutes, I'd like to give you some of my background. I think you'll find it somewhat unique. In this perspective, I'm not necessarily from one of these groups or from one side or the other. I grew up in rural Connecticut, learned to shoot a gun when I was 12 years old, learned to hunt when I was 14 years old. About 10 years later, I joined the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and I did so to have an impact on violent crime. My first experience with ATF was not as an agent, but at their National Tracing Center, where I traced hundreds of firearms. You've heard a little bit about that earlier tonight on how that trace process works from Representative Boylan. So I did that process, and then following that, I was involved with one of the first projects to take that information, the tracing of firearms, and use it in a software program to identify illegal firearms traffickers and violent felons. And then I spent another year going around the country to seminars and conferences of law enforcement and telling them how to use this data to identify these types of people. Following that, I became an agent with ATF. I was stationed in Washington, D.C., and I spent 5 years there assigned to the Metropolitan Police Department's Firearms Interdiction Unit. So I was there working with police officers. After that, I spent the next 20 years of my career prior to retiring here in Rhode Island. And over those 20 years, I was a firearms instructor. I was a member of ATF's tactical team, regional tactical team, the SRT unit, which covered the entire Northeast. So we were the SWAT team for ATF. We went to various cities throughout the Northeast and apprehended or served search warrants for some of the most violent criminals in the Northeast. I also was conducting various firearms investigations during that period of time, inclusive of undercover deals. I was an undercover agent for several years. And during the 20 years here in Providence, I've interviewed hundreds of different suspects about where they get their guns from, how they use them, and how those crimes happen. So I think that experience in my career with ATF is relevant here today because I see both sides of the issue, but I've also seen up close and personal how assault weapons can be used on the street, how they get on the street, and what the impact is to public safety. And I will add that since coming to the Attorney General's office as Chief of Investigations, I head up the AG's Violent Crime Task Force, which, as you also heard earlier, we've implemented the use of a NIBIN machine to get intelligence out to police departments about some of these shootings, and also to share intelligence that we derive at our office with state and local law enforcement as well as ATF. Now, my reason for recommending that this bill be passed is simple. When I was assigned to the tactical team, and even after that, I was assigned an M4, which For those of you that aren't familiar with it, it's essentially the same version of a firearm as an AR-15, has a shorter barrel. The law enforcement version is semi-automatic. It's not a fully automatic machine gun, excuse me. And you know, that gun was assigned to us on a tactical team by our headquarters, which did years of research into that. And the reason for that is simple, right? When we go through a door targeting the most violent criminals, multiple gang members in a home, when things go sideways, you have to have a weapon which is capable of minimizing as many threats as quickly as possible. And simply put, that's what that gun is designed to do. And from a law enforcement perspective, I appreciated having that available to me. From a law enforcement perspective, do I want to go up against that same weapon on the street? Hell no. Rob Savage from Providence Police could tell you that firsthand when he pulled up to that domestic and got shot at by a guy on a porch. Furthermore, do I want that gun available to someone who is going to go and do something wrong? Whether that's on the streets of Providence, you know, which we often forget about, that these weapons aren't just used in mass shootings. Right? These kids are killing each other every day, and that often gets overlooked. But they're also used in these mass shootings. And, you know, we'd have to do something, and this will have an impact. I've heard repeatedly, is only going to keep the bad guys from getting them. It's not true. Okay? One of the leading sources of illegal guns on the street are straw purchases. So the gun started out by someone who could legally purchase it. And they purchase it and they give it to their boyfriend, their relative, etc. If they're not available, they can't make their way onto the streets. Probably the second biggest source is stolen weapons. Weapons that aren't secured by gun owners. Folks, it's not going to cure everything. It's disingenuous to say that. It's not going to cure everything. It will have an impact. And I think, hopefully, we would all agree that that's the goal here. If it's to save one life or 100, if it has an effect, we should be supporting it. And I would urge you to do so, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Any questions? Oh, Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen. I just want to seize on something you said, because it was very important. You were describing how in law enforcement, you know, these folks are walking into situations that they may be outgunned. They don't know what they're walking into. 100% agree with that. Conversely, as the citizen and the homeowner with a family to protect and the right to do so, I don't know what I'm facing either. And I only have to go back to last year, and I can show you a home video from someone's security camera in Foster, where I live, of 2 people on their property with what certain folks would describe as assault weapons. That homeowner, were they like me, a person who abides by the law, would then not be able to meet that force on force. And while I want law enforcement to be able to meet force with force, equal, I damn sure want myself to be able to do that as well, and I have the right to do that. This will not stop those bad guys from being bad guys. They will still do what they're going to do. We've, even in this recent Attorney General's report, have seen the ghost guns in the AR-15 world. They don't need a straw purchaser anymore. They just need some tech. It's cheap. The plans are everywhere. All this does is prevent me from meeting force on force. That's not a safe society, and that won't change the number of crimes being perpetrated by people with ill intent in their heart. So I have to agree with you that force on force is absolutely imperative when in a life-threatening situation. But I have to disagree with you that only law enforcement have that right to defend themselves. I'm going to further, while you're here, because it's out of fairness, while you're here to give you an opportunity to respond, I'm going to concatenate some of the things that were said over here over the course of this hearing and sort of tie it in with all of what we're hearing right here. We've had examples, some of them were fairly strenuous of this may happen, this might happen, that may happen. A lot of them created these scenarios where it was always the person like me who had to substantiate why or to defend myself from. And again, I just want to reiterate that your office put out a very comprehensive report, and it was much better than years past. Very informative report. And we've seen all of these things coming together. We referenced the Andrew Chucks and the various actual episodes throughout our history, but we're not acknowledging that one fundamental truth. And we now have proposed laws before us that will result in inadvertent arrests. We know that. The one thing we do worse than legislate in this building is inform the public about what we legislate. We heard tonight from an attorney, he's representing someone who did not know they were violating the MAG ban because they didn't even know there was a MAG ban. And that person is now in court defending themselves. Your office, the Attorney General, when we were passing the decriminalization of the 10-gram bill on firearms, testified that he didn't want to see those arrests because they created barriers for people to get housing, education, and employment. But yet we are fully willing and prepared to violate people, technical violations, because they didn't realize it couldn't be this lock, it had to be that lock. Oh, there's a kid in the house, therefore the rules have changed now. I don't know if my felony from 40 years ago is valid. We're creating incidental criminals out of otherwise law-abiding citizens. Those people will be facing the same barriers to housing, employment, and education. I wish that office that you gentlemen dedicate your lives to, I wish they held a consistent position on that as well. And that's the part that I felt I had to say while you were here, so you could, out of fairness, be able to respond to that. Thank you, Chair.